When they're live on YouTube, it's quiet as can be. No maid, no son, no mystery. But the second they're gone, oh, the chatter ensues. All those alts crawl out of their digital rooms. They post, they boast, they twist, they send. Every lie's got a new fake friend. But no matter the mask or the name they choose, the plot's got holes you could drive right through. Too many accounts, not enough truth. They're running a circus without any proof. Pretend to be the son, the maid, the neighbor too. Oh, they weave small truths in a web of schemes, but they're caught in the code, not the dream they dream. Oh, there's the neighbor, the cousin, and the boss online, all typing fast at the very same time. They argue themselves in a common war from both sides of the same keyboard. Each story shifts, each detail bends. They argue themselves in their own DMs. From gas station gossip to late night feud, it's a one-person show with a crowd of two. Oh, that's not me, they boldly claim, but the typing style stays the same. Accuse the crowd of what they do, but every mask they try to wear still smells like the same old air. Maybe one day they'll face the screen and meet all the selves they've tried to be. Say hello, it's me, me and me, then hit log out and finally leave. Too many counts, not enough truth. They're running in a circus without any proof. Pretend to be the son, the maid,
Too many accounts, not enough truth.
They weave small truths in a web of schemes, but they're caught in
Hi everyone.
not the dream they dreamed. Guess we'll see who that will be next week.
I got a new wiener.
What? I got a new wiener. Thank you guys so much for the gifted memberships. Hi everyone. Let me make sure that everything's on screen. Hi everyone. Ah, there we go. Hi. Welcome in. What did you think of that song? So many alts, not enough truth. Ah, man. Good stuff. I have to credit Nemesis for that one though. Ah, man. So wait, we have both Gamers Asylum and Cassandra in the chat? Is that what's happening right now? That was happening? Welcome in everyone, thank you so much for all the... Oh, I got another new wiener! Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Pirate. Thank you guys. Ah, alright, let me just quickly look into a tweet that Gamers put out today. I don't have access to it, but you know, it was shared with me and I thought it was interesting. He says, I've been getting a lot of messages about iVixey's live stream and potential streams about people doing face reveals on her. Who else is threatening me? Wait, let me guess, you don't have screenshots this time either, do you? So I will just address it all this way. iVixey isn't privy to everything. There's something that I don't know, guys, and is extremely far off from the truth with a lot of things. She prefers her narrative to the facts.
I got a new wiener.
Thank you so much, Lasting Opinion. Appreciate you. Thank you. She prefers her narrative to the facts. Again, many of which she is unaware of, and no one is going to change her mind. Listen, I've always been open. I think since the first time that I lost trust in the Gamers Asylum, I always asked questions, you know? And I always asked, you know, where is this coming from? You never had any answer. Now all of a sudden there's answers, I just don't know them? You're very welcome to share, you know. Alright, as for people doing face reveals on her or releasing her old usernames, don't do that crazy shit. No, please don't. No, please don't. And who started that? Who started leaking, huh? No, please, please. TGA, the Gamers Asylum, please don't. Please, control yourself. Don't do that. Alright? There's no point to it. I mean, there's a point. There's definitely a point. That isn't something to take from her. I am not angry or upset with her, and no one else should be for me. All of your alts, you mean? Just remember things are not always as they seem to be, and the truth is always brought into the light! Sorry, I had to say it like that. At some point. Alright, well, that's what he had to say today. You know, I didn't want to, you know, silence him in any way, so I wanted to make sure that his voice is being, is present here today, you know? Alright, well... Man, I tried my very best to make this dark theme, by the way. But when I do that, this is what happens. This is what happens. All the images become like this awful, you know... so I think I prefer it this way. You guys let me know if you feel otherwise, but yeah. My eyes! I know, I try. At least all the screenshots are, you know, dark mode. I couldn't do better than this. I'm so sorry. If anyone has things to say, by the way, I am very much about letting everybody talk. However, this stream specifically is about my story, my side, because I have been forced, so to speak, to go on panel twice this week. It was not my choice, but people decided to talk about the subject without having all the information.
I got a new wiener!
Without having any receipts whatsoever. I don't have any hate for Roxy, but she went live without any receipts. As well as Lolcow Live, no receipts, no way to tell the story. So that's what I'm doing today. From my perspective, obviously, I cannot tell the story from anyone else's perspective. So that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to be showing public things that were said in public and screenshots that were shared with me. I will not be...
I got a new wiener!
Thank you so much, holy crap. Trace, thank you so much for the gifted membership, as well as Siren. Or upgrading. Thank you so much for the tier 2. I do want to say that obviously a lot of what the things I'm going to say today are my opinion, my perspective, my views of things. It is very interesting how I didn't have to say much during those 3.5 hours before I showed up on Lolcow Live for people to think that the Gamers Asylum is Cassandra. That had nothing to do with me. I only showed up later to share the video of the meetup. The Plate of Wings says, the Liars Asylum is an actual monster. Glad you're free from this abuse and control tactics. Keeping you, the real supporters are still here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It really sucks that this week I've had no voice. So it's really weird that people are coming in here saying that I know nothing. That I you know, taking away my chance to say my story. Trying to threaten with privacy strikes or whatever you want to call them. Like, can't I just tell my side? Why are you so scared? You know, I don't get it. I am not going to share...
I got a new wiener!
Thank you so much for the wiener. Thank you. Thank you. Also, yes, there will be a chance for people to talk. Like, there are a lot of people involved. They made sure with all the alts to involve a lot of people. So if anyone ever wants to come and say their piece, they will get their chance. I will likely have an open panel at some point. I haven't done those on this channel yet, but I can do them. So if anyone involved in the story has anything to say that they want to add to the story, then they can. They will have that chance, all right? How can you not know when it literally happened to you? Yeah, like the audacity of saying that I don't know what's going on. Literally this happened to me, and if I am not privy to all the information, then please provide it. Provide the information. Alright. I'm going to try to put some comments out there as I see them, so that you guys have a voice on the stream as well. But I'll be trying to be fair. I wasn't able to tell my story either because I wasn't in a relationship with him. He was a big part of me, Lillian, and Paige's life. So we have a story to tell also, 100%, and you can do that on your stream. What I did not agree with specifically was how we had that conversation. We will go through this, but we had a conversation you seem to agree that there was something to these suspicions that me and Nemesis had. And you had a talk with the Gamers Asylum that night. You were supposed to get back to us. You didn't. And then the next day you went live without all the information. So you decided to go live without the information and saying that anyone that has anything to say can come up and say something. But, you know, in my very honest opinion, you were not at the point of telling anyone else's story but your own, which you didn't. You didn't tell your own story. You told, you involved me and the information that I shared with you the previous night. And that's what I did not like. However, I have no hate towards Roxy. I just did not like feeling forced to go on to defend myself. All right, we're gonna start. So everything started when I went on the tryouts on the BBU. I went on the tryouts because I thought I never really considered. I considered going to tryouts on the LCU, but I was like, I knew that Team was not a fan of VTubers, and I really wanted to make my content as a VTuber. So when Becky was doing tryouts, I was like, wait a minute, this might actually work. And I did like Becky a lot back then. I thought she was a very interesting personality. Not that she was a good person or anything. That opinion hadn't really been formed, but I thought she was an interesting personality, and I wanted to be a part of that somehow. So I went on the tryouts in the BBU, and instantly, Gamers Asylum was very much behind with donations and mentioning me, and Cassandra. I believe Cassandra was one of the first ones to say anything about it. When I mentioned in July 1st that I was on the panel, and I was very happy because the community had been unfamiliar with VTubers, and I was given the chance to say, yo, this is what a VTuber looks like, and we're pretty cool, you know? And that was a really cool experience because a lot of the reactions from people in the chat, and as well as Becky and I think Roxy, and not so much Savage at the time, but they were very positive about my contribution at that day, at least. And so I posted it on Twitter, or X, and the reaction was from Cassandra. She said, "You were amazing last night. You got everyone's attention right away and held it the entire time," which is a sentence that I've heard TGA say as well. "I was so excited for you when one of their biggest financial supporters sent money in to just to acknowledge your talent." So this was very interesting because right from the start, my first interaction with Cassandra was her mentioning Gamers Asylum. And if we go a little further back to June 19th, when the first episode of Queen Supreme came out on her network, Cassandra also had something to say. When Becky was celebrating the first episode of Queen Supreme, Cassandra says, I couldn't believe the first super chat that dropped on Queen Supreme. You guys pulled one of the LCU heavy hitters on your first show. Kinda cool it came from him since he was the first to do TTS on Lolcow Queens. Holy crap, the information that she knows, right? So yeah, the first Queen Supreme episode, she makes sure to mention Gamers Asylum. My first appearance, she makes sure to mention Gamers Asylum. At this point, Gamers Asylum, from what he told me, he doesn't really, know this person, but she is really behind him, right? She's really behind me. And Gamers Asylum especially. Not so much me at this point, right? It's about his donations and how they've managed to get that, gold mine out of the LCU. All right, this is now July 5th, and I am going to do my first show on the Becky Boop network. Let's see. He really promotes it. He goes above and beyond to tweet about this. He says, he's very supportive of me. He thinks I'm gonna do great on the BBU. And when I say, we're going to address certain concerns around VTubers, he says, I'm glad you're addressing the misconception, but that comment was ignorant of the subject and should have been left unsent. I would wish you luck tonight, but I don't think you need it. I know you're going to do great. And this support continues after my first stream on the Becky Boop network. Gamers Asylum says, I'm always happy to help you in any way I can. You have such a positive and a wonderful personality that is rare these days. You deserve all the success your future holds. Okay, so what happens then is that Becky goes back to the LCU, right? For one episode. And she's like talking to, or two, I think. And there was a conversation between Becky and Michael. And the Gamers Asylum donated that day saying, oh, don't forget iVixey. You know, if you're going back to the LCU, Becky, you should take her with you. And that sort of put my name out there in the LCU as well. What does he have to say about this? I have watched enough of your content and the way you treat your community to know you are real. The real deal when it comes to entertaining an audience. You deserve the exposure the LCU can give you. You have my support so much that neither Mike nor Keem will hear the end of it. And this is true. This actually happened. They did not hear the end of it. At least through donations. It happened quite a few times. And Keemstar really started to see the Gamers Asylum as someone that was really backing this content creator, which was me at the time. While both Michael and Keemstar have said very nice things about me, I don't know about much weight there is to what I think. I can say one thing though, if they give her a show, I will crown so that they know just how good she is. So he did say from the very start, before we ever even talked in private, that that he was gonna crown if I ever had an LCU show. Okay, let's see, what is this? I just found out about it this morning when I donated for you to be given a chance in the LCU. I joined their Discord because I had bought a membership. Becky banned everyone who followed her there. Okay, so when this happened, it was a lot. Becky was obviously being tricked and humiliated over in the LCU, and there was a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions, and because I was a streamer in the LCU, a lot of those questions were asked to me as well, like what's gonna happen now? They wanted to know if I felt betrayed, and that is when eventually I did a live stream on the subject. Apparently Gamers Asylum is so good at storytelling that he got a job. Yeah, he did. He did. Well, Vixie joined the LCU. I thought it was funny that they were talking about me over there, so I made a clip. And Gamers Asylum says, I know it is unfortunate that it does. Vixie has a better head on her shoulders than most, though. I am just like you. I want her to do what makes her the happiest and couldn't agree more that success is going to follow her no matter where she's at. I was always very appreciative of how far he went to promote me, even back then. I and many others will support you in or out of the BBU, LCU, whatever you do what is best for you. I don't want you to do anything less. Oh my gosh, you're too kind. That would be such a statement. It really would be a statement, but it is one that I'm not joking about. You have the content, you have the great community. Seriously, I haven't met anyone there that I didn't like. So at this point, I think he's already going to my Twitch streams and participating on the Discord. And then some conversations start between Cassandra and him as well, because, you know, a lot of Cassandra's being very vocal about what she's seeing, and Gamers Asylum is having back and forth conversations. He talks about, are they sweeping piece? Because I did a piece on Michael with the domestic abuse allegation. Becky going to the LCD didn't bother me. I'm all for someone doing what they feel is best for them. I can support that 100%. But you never hurt or put the people that helped you get there in a compromising position. So there was a very general opinion that Becky was betraying a lot of people by going back to the LCU. I, for one, did not have that opinion. I really backed the concept of, you know, you're doing it for content, you're doing it for the entertainment, you're doing it to keep things interesting. So I did not blame her for that. Of course, there are other things to blame in that situation, like, for example, not communicating with your other content creators that you have behind you, right? But that's a whole other story. Vixie, don't worry about losing my support. I often turn your channel on and listen while I'm at work, and I will continue to send support on your Twitch channel. What happens in the BBU does not affect how entertaining and personable you are. So then I do an episode on Becky where I'm like, where is she? What's gonna happen now after she went to the LCU? She got quiet. I'm sure she had to like deal with a bunch of different feelings. I did suggest to Becky going on her channel, like I do usually on Saturday, or I used to do on Saturdays, and I suggested that she would go on with me. I could sort of moderate and ask the right questions, and someone that was on her side asking those questions, but she didn't want to talk with me on the channel. So what I did instead, I only felt comfortable doing this on my channel. My channel was not monetized at the time, so we could not monetize this whole situation. And so I did a stream on my end, sort of defending her in the sense that, you know, you shouldn't feel betrayed. This is all like an entertainment sort of situation. It is not personal to anyone that was watching her. But what happened was, you know, Becky did call in to my show, and she was very upset with what was happening in the chat, particularly because a lot of people had very strong opinions, and I did not have any mods at the time. I did not expect it to blow up the way it did, so I did not have any mods in the chat. It did go a little crazy, so I did feel guilty at the time that my that my chat was not modded appropriately. So what happens then is that Gamers Asylum says as follows: I understand completely. If you do need someone that moderates in the community, I'm always at your service, and it won't be help. The chat really wasn't your fault. The emotions were so high in the chat that an army of mods may not have been much use. So this is when I first hear about him being available to moderate. And from my perspective at the time, he was very supportive. He was screaming my name off the rooftops, right? He was like going through lengths to put my name out there, and he seemed to be very neutral. I don't remember if at the time he was already modding for Roxy, because Roxy had already left the BBU. He was always a big supporter of Roxy, so he had from all things that I could gather at the time, he was the person to moderate and be able to be neutral and let everybody talk without, while still being respectful to the topic that's being discussed. He was presented to me as the right option for being a moderator. So I did end up reaching out to him, and I asked if he could be my moderator, and he was very happy to accept. Yeah. God, I'm talking a lot. Yeah, Sanity. It was like Gamers was doing a one-man dementia play, but iVixey ended up being real. There's so much. Big mistake. Yeah, big mistake. I did not know any better at the time. Becky was also very scared of losing his support, and he was very well perceived by everybody at the time. Yes, I'm doing okay, Kai. I'm, you know, telling my side of the story, so that it can be, you know, registered. If people allow me to tell my story and not try to strike me and let it be out there, then that would be very nice. Because yeah, it was necessary. I didn't get to say much this week, so yeah, a lot of people giving a lot of opinions and things to say about it, and I didn't. I got to say a little bit. I was always also on Lockout Test at one point, and before that, I showed up on Roxy Stream and Lockout Live, but yeah, only the last one was really my choice to go up there. So yeah, all these interactions between Cassandra and the Gamers Asylum happened. I was trying to humanize Becky at the time still, because I did not like how much hate she was getting. I did not like how humiliated she was over on the LCU. So that was really my perspective at the time, even when she wanted to part ways with me because she was so offended by my actions. I still wanted to say that she was going through a lot, right? So I wasn't happy with her, but I wasn't like trash talking or anything else either. At this point, we're starting to see Cassandra show interest in our interactions, asking him about his cars and what movie they're from. So this is where the gassing up starts from Cassandra to Gamers Asylum, right? So you'll find these interactions between them where she's like, "Oh, do you still have that purple car? What movie was it in?" And then he answers with a picture of his cars, and he's like, "I have 3. The one with the red to maroon, the chameleon paint was an iron protector." I don't know that movie, but yeah. So he's like really she's like really gassing him up, and she's like, yeah, I have all these things, you know. Yeah. And when Becky went back to the LCU, Cassandra was very vocal on feeling betrayed and how I was being respectful in the episode. At the time, Cassandra was, you know, taking the position of the Gamers Asylum at the time. That I was being respectful towards Becky. Let's see. She shows support towards me, even mentioning having been on the Twitch side of things. At the same time, she's very vocal towards Becky's actions. Yeah, so she says she went on the Twitch, right? I never saw her until much later, but she says, Ash Eternal with the $2 says, hello, you've been selected to receive $7,000. Oh man, this whole talk about the $7,000 is great, right? Because we'll get into that. I chose not to do the math because I could do the math, right? Because some people, when they hear $7,000, they feel like, you know, $7,000 might have hit my bank account and that I can take, I don't know, I can go on a nice trip or go live in luxury or something. But that is not exactly what that is, right? So even though, I don't know, maybe 7,000 has been spent, it's very possible, that is not exactly hitting my bank account, right? But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Not only was it over time, but obviously the time is not that much. We've known each other for maybe 2.5 months, 3 months max. So it would have been over 3 months that he'd spent the $7,000. But it wasn't just... He always said there was like promotional stuff that he did behind the scenes. He did pay for 2 types of software for us to work on the docket and the thumbnails and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot more involved than just gifted memberships or donations and such. But I will not in any way dismiss how much he did donate, by the way. He did donate a lot, and he did gift a lot of memberships. Hey, Anya Wolf. It's just not, you know, that amount. Cassandra says, I have watched iVixey stuff, Twitch stuff, and she is pretty good. And in context of talent, from what I've seen, she caught a whale. You know, gotta mention TGA in there somehow. That Becky has been fishing for. That whale is extremely loyal, and if that whale does its thing other than dropping money like it burns, iVixey will blow up. Right? So there's this whole gassing up of TGA that you know, without, at the same time, the Gamers Asylum is saying that they don't know who she is. He only figures it out later that she's like someone in his town, you know, but that's later. At this point, she is just gassing him up without knowing him. This was about the cats. So she was very vocal against Becky at this point and very supportive of me. Gamers does claim he spent 7,000. Yeah, I have not done the math. On me, yes. And I believe that, you know, that might be very true. But like I said, it is from what he's told me, it is spent on many different things. Like promotional stuff, or he does mention merch a lot, but I've personally never touched or seen anything. He talks about like card sleeves and like 3D figurines, but like these were conversations that we had. It wasn't actually put into practice, and he's talking like it was, you know? So I don't know, maybe he put a bunch of money in making that a reality. I was never part of that. We were just discussing, you know, wouldn't it be cool to have like a figurine of iVixey? Sure, that was said, but beyond that, people keep thinking that, you know, the figurine, the acrylic standee behind him was something that he was involved in. No, you know, and thankfully he does correct that when it happens. He was not involved in that. All the merch items that have been out so far, that are out so far, was me, my creativity behind it, and my work behind it, okay? She continues to gas up. Gamers, if you guys want to check out my Twitter, by the way, I did not want to share DMs here on this stream, but if you go to my Twitter, there are some really insane things that Cassandra has said to me in private back then to gas up Gamers Asylum, talking about how he's, you know, can do things to a girl. I don't know. Anyway, so at the time, she keeps gassing him up. She says, "You are not just a name in the chat. I know it sounds creepy, but I know who you are." That does sound kind of creepy. "I met you at the local homecoming and asked you for a selfie with your purple car and guitars. I noticed the name on your locale hoodie later. I trimmed the pic so it didn't dox you. I would have loved to see the full picture of this because supposedly she's saying there's a selfie with her, him, you know, together. Wouldn't it be nice to see the full picture of this, you know? So many people that you could shut up with sharing that picture, but yeah, it does not exist, does it? A lot of people would shit themselves if they knew who you are. So, you know, at this point, I wasn't exactly suspicious that Cassandra was him. The way that she was talking to me in DMs was a little bit weird, you know, but some people are weird, you know, maybe she was just weird. So, you know, I wasn't going to go further than that. Maybe she was just, you know, very vocal on how she felt about getting her panties drenched. Anyway, so that's fine. Some people just are like that, right? Really open. I would buy 10K the merch for... I want some merch. 10K! 10K! Not necessary. It's not that expensive. If Roxy's stream was the first time gamer showed his face, how would she know who he was? Well, this was... Cassandra says this was during homecoming, a local homecoming. So Cassandra is saying that all of her talk at this point is based on the fact that she knows him locally, right? Please verify your email for 7,000 in Temu bucks. Temu bucks? Oh no, not Temu bucks. I can't use them for anything. But yeah, so all of this like gassing up, she bases on the fact that she knows him locally. She knows about his cars, his guitars, his business, his reputation as a local hero. You know, that's how she presents him. So really supportive. Vixey did an amazing show. I admit I was shocked when you were encouraging Becky to give her a bigger platform right away. So this was in response to what Gamers Asylum was doing at the time. I really wish you go back into producing. This was an interesting thing, that interaction between her and Gamers Asylum on X. She was saying, I really wish you would go back into producing. You made some very funny videos. Also, your live streams were amazing. We need the old TGA back. So at this point, I'm not sure if I include this, but I think I do at some point. She is saying that he was a big, massive, insanely massive streamer on Hitbox, right? I don't know. She doesn't mention numbers, but she says he was a big streamer on Hitbox. I'm not sure what exactly that means. It really depends on perspective, but yeah, that is her side. She has been clearly a fan for a very long time of TGA, right? Wanting the old TGA back and everything. This was after my first stream on the Becky Boop Network. She says, like when you were making AI, I think this was talking to someone else. I don't have all the replies. Every time that I try to open it up, it's not there anymore. So, not sure what this was about. Did TGA hurt your little feelings because it wouldn't side with you? Not sure what that was about. I really learned a lot from the show. At first, I kind of thought the whole Avatar thing was strange. That is because it was new. Now I think the whole idea is interesting and have even looked into it more. I saw Gamers Asylum promoting the stream in Roxy's chat. You got one hell of a hype man when one of the big three supporters...
Siren Syrup super chatted $20. So you are telling me, to get a woman's attention, I need 20 alt accounts to gas me up.
Yes.
1 sec.
Yes. Listen, as much as I feel like an idiot now, that did work. So, yeah. At the time, you have to understand, there was no negative reputation attached to the Gamers Asylum. Everyone who I would talk to, the order has been processed. Everyone that I would talk to at the time about Gamers Asylum, all they had to say really was that he was just a big supporter in the LCU. He would, participate in voice chats. He was a nice guy. There was nothing evil attached to his reputation at the time. So I had no reason to believe that all these people gassing him up were not real people, right? No woman tweets like that. I have heard people say that as well, being of the opinion of, yeah. And if you go back to her old tweets, apparently that is even more apparent. I can't really say much about that. I don't identify misogyny very easily, as some other people have. So I'm not sure let's see. This is the point where Cassandra starts to go against Becky as well. She says, oh, no. That's not against her. This is still supportive of her. This was still July 4th. She is a relevant human being because she didn't want to stay around and be abused while Keemstar was destroying his own creation and pushing away some of his best supporters. The LCU odd take, really odd take. And the LCU is dying. So this was the perspective of Becky at the time too, right? When she was creating her own network, Becky was saying this a lot, that the LCU was dying. Gamers quickly got excited about being involved in my launch as a drama commentator, and I was getting approached to do interviews after Becky called into my show. He put his foot forward to handle the interest coming from people. So, at this point, I had only asked him to be my mod, right? I had only asked him to be my mod. But there was a lot of people reaching out to me, especially through Twitter, like through replies to my posts saying, like Nightmare, for example, was reaching out. The real art, Review Tech USA was reaching out. I'm not sure if it was a real account or not, but there were people reaching out to talk to me because of what Becky had done to call into my show, and it caused a lot of it caused a lot of conversation around what happened. So people wanted to talk to me, and Gamers Asylum sort of put his foot forward, saying that, you know, I can handle these things. I have experience managing talent, which is something that he would say a lot. So he would present himself as someone that could be, you know, the in-between person, so that I wouldn't have to filter out people. I wouldn't have to deal with the technicalities of setting like up a schedule and everything. And yeah, so he really wanted to do more than what he was doing, and I let him. Because of him having, you know, he presented himself as a talent manager, and he would have my best interest in mind when setting up these interviews. At the time, he was even going as far as saying, you know, anyone that wants to interview has to have like a full list of questions, and everyone has to be like 100% ready to get you on. And I was like, okay, that sounds great. This never happened, right? Not a single person, not Nightmare, not the Nerds interview, not the Chubby interview, even though it was presented to me at the time like that, no one ever came to me with a full list of questions before I went live, right? That just doesn't happen. That's not how that works, right? Which I get, but that's what he said he could contribute. He wanted to make sure that you know, my best interests were represented when going on these interviews. It's just, it never was like that. Oh yeah, his age. We're gonna come to that as well. We're gonna get to the part about his age. So yeah, Ruby Spacek, he was the one that reached out to her, even though, you know, these were all reactions to my tweets. So it's not like I couldn't have done this part, but the way that he was presenting it, he, you know, he was gonna do a lot more than just reach out to them. So this manager title was really pushed, right? And I didn't really know the extent and the proportion of this manager title. I called him manager because for me, it made it easier for people to know who to talk to when they wanted to reach me. Let me comment up there. I have worked as a producer for different YouTubers for years, and I have never heard of this dude or the way he does business. Now he's presenting it as him being a talent manager locally only. Okay, he didn't present it to me at the time like that when we started talking. So I did think he had experience online with managing talent, which was not the case. I find it weird how he targeted two people that never had channels in the past and were new to all this. And FYI, I'll be talking all about how he even became the managing editor for me. I'll be addressing that a little bit, but obviously that's not my story to tell. So absolutely go live, and yeah, I'm very curious to understand how exactly all that went, because from everyone else's perspective, when he stopped managing me, he completely went and took over your channel, right? That's what it looks like from the outside. and it's very aggressive. It's very like, whoa, what the hell is happening here, right? He loses the manager title on my end, and all of a sudden he's like taking over Roxy's channel, like, oh, right? So even though I was not giving too much attention to this manager title, his alts definitely were, right? So Cassandra goes and says, iVixey confirmed she has a manager, and it is, Gamers Asylum. For those that don't know, oh yeah, this is the one with the hitbox. Havoc was a huge streamer on Hitbox, and now goes by Gamers Asylum. I hope a lot of doors are going to open for her now that she is gone from Becky Boop Show. Becky saw Gamers working with me and accused him of being a groomer. She was very weirded out by all of this, which honestly, I get, because it happened very fast, right? I've had a manager previously of my YouTube, and it's not something that I promote. It's not something that I make a big deal out of. I am not shouting on X and everywhere I go, oh my God, guys, I have a manager now, and it's this guy, right? That's just not how that works. So I was not really thinking it was a big deal, just letting people know who to go to when they wanted to talk to me. But they were really pushing this narrative. He is my manager, right? And so I can imagine that Becky was looking at that. One of her supporters, one of her big supporters at one time, going to manage her new talent. That's weird, right? That's weird, and I get that. Of course, I didn't like at the time that she called him a groomer. Now, looking back at everything and the extent that he would go through, I'm not going to use that word, but I can imagine it could look like that from an outside perspective, specifically Becky's, all right? This really upset Gamers, and it triggered the first alleged doxing, as he says people were calling his work to talk to the pedo. So when she mentioned that there was a grooming situation happening, hey Pete, when she mentioned there was a grooming thing happening on her live stream, Jaquan, thanks so much for gifting a membership.
I got a new wiener.
I got a new wiener. When she mentioned grooming on her live stream, Becky Boop, this is when Gamers has his first alleged doxing since I've known him, right? And this happened, and he was telling me he was being doxxed. People were calling his work, and trying to talk to the pedo, right? So he was having a really hard time being doxxed and having his work doxxed and everything. The interesting aspect of this is later on, when my mom looks him up, there's no workplace to be found, right? So it's pretty impressive that some random trolls or Becky supporters found his work and able to call him, because, I don't think any of us are able to find that information now. But somehow they did at the time, so. Let's see. Doxing was a paid actor. Dude, of course I took this very seriously at the time. I was never really confronted with all this doxing before I became a drama commentator, but holy crap, was it a big deal and a big thing that people would shout and accuse people of left and right when you enter the drama community, right? All of a sudden, everybody's doxing everybody. I feel myself losing my voice, by the way. All right. So Becky says, I don't give a fuck about ego, being called a boss. I care that I trust my workers and rely on them, blah, blah, blah. Have fun together. You're both opportunists. This is something that she's also said through DMs. I would never have given her an opportunity, and you would never have found her if I didn't want her to succeed. I hope she does. And then the Gamers Asylum says, that is the biggest load of crap I've ever seen on X in a long time. Change teams on a dime, just like appearing on Cafe Opportunist, you fired her. I believe you wanted her to succeed on your channel. I believe she's a better talent than you, and I think you know she is. Becky says, if you want to address this, you can come on stream and we can talk about it. Don't have the time to waste on Twitter right now. And this is the first mention of Gamers Asylum saying, no, not on your channel, but on iVixey's channel, right? So he says he's willing to talk, but not on her channel, which, will be irrelevant later when he becomes the stranger on the stranger videos. and really calling her out. You think Keemstar communicates better, says Becky. Yes, I totally could have improved communication. This was one of the only things that I had to say about Becky and you know, the 40-60 split. It was that, you know, she wasn't very involved in my shows at all. I would make my own thumbnails. I would prepare the stream. I would, you know, all the content involved would be me setting everything up. So she wasn't involved. Communication was pretty terrible at the time because I would reach out with ideas and she would like take days to respond or not respond at all. So it was a rough time in terms of communication with her. Becky, how was she getting monetized on your channel with you? She wasn't, and I believe you wanted it that way. You refused to let her mention her Twitch channel where she would have been benefited the most. Why? No way for you to cut into her Ko-Fi or merch shop. So this was like a back and forth between him and Becky at the time. I still want to know what the stranger had referred to knowing. Yeah, I'm not going public with that information because I don't have the receipts. He was really adamant on calling her out on some stuff. I was mainly interested in the fact that, you know, Becky had a lot to say about Gamers Asylum. Gamers Asylum had a big past and history with her. I was interested in seeing that debate. I was, like, in terms of content, can you imagine, like, when two people have said so many things about each other, but not directly, can you imagine how interesting that would be to see them actually, like, confront each other on, you know, the things that they've said? I thought that aspect was very interesting, and that's why I pushed the stranger videos so much, was because I thought that would be interesting. I don't know about all this other stuff that he said he had. So then he keeps on going with the grooming situation. He feels very attacked by this. I'm not sure. Maybe he was, you know, accused of it before in his life. I'm not sure. It definitely hit him hard. We talked a lot on Discord and became close friends. He had invested his money and time into my content and was there every single Twitch stream as well. So this is where it gets interesting, guys. On Twitch is when I first saw Army CBRN. And the Army account was supposedly his son. And for me, this was a big deal because what this meant, in my mind now, looking back, I feel like this was part of, you know, the narcissist love bombing phase where, you know, he makes you feel this particular aspect of bringing his son to the streams made it feel like he was bringing me into his family, right? It felt extremely personal. It felt like I'm giving so much time and energy into this person. I am even including my son in it, you know? That is how it felt. And it felt powerful at the time. There were no suspicions that this person wasn't real. The only thing that I felt at the time was it's a little suspicious that his son is so involved. That is a thought that I had. But at the same time, I thought it was a beautiful thing to have your son be as involved in your life, in your online life, in the things that you were doing. So even though I was like, wow, this has never happened to me. This is a lot of involvement that I would not expect his son to have. But at the same time, I was like, holy crap, it's really cool, right? And he would always show up extremely supportive of his dad. There was banter between the two of them. It was actually really cool to see and be part of when I thought it was real. Octolink, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Let me see if there's any comments in the chat. Why did you guys make the stranger sound like he was gonna be suffer horse? Okay, so the first video was just him saying that he wanted to confront Becky. But because of all these other people involved that Becky would trash talk on her live streams, like Nick Stone, Suffer Horse, she would mention Richie. There were all these people, like men in her past. So the stranger became not just the Gamers Asylum. The stranger at some point started representing everyone else as well involved that she would trash talk. And it started, that was on purpose. And you'll even notice, if you saw the videos, you'll even notice that there were different voices being included in there, purposely making it so that, you know, it was a group of people
I got a new wiener.
that wanted to confront her. Daquan, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. The whole situation is weird to begin with. Spending 7,000 and then using your son is beyond disgusting. It is something. I gotta pause between saying things. I'm starting to lose my voice and get really tired. All right. So yeah, I took some screenshots of live streams that I had on Twitch, but I can't go enough far back for the screenshot that were really good. I need to drink my coffee. I'm forgetting my coffee. There were probably much better screenshots than these, but this will give you an idea of the banter, and they were picking on each other. You know, Army would call him old man, and Havoc would go, you know, hit him back with like, "You live under my roof." It was really funny being part of that. And it felt like he was literally bringing me into his family. That's how it felt. Obviously, Havoc, which is the Gamers Asylum, would drop a lot of gifted subs. And then a lot of the times, Army would come in and say it's not him. It's, you know, someone else in his office that was dropping the gifted subs. So back then, this would happen quite often where, you know, a donation would come through from the Gamers Asylum and Army would be like, it's not him, it's me, he's in the hospital, and things like that, right? So he would often donate and participate in his name. And then Army would show up on streams without his dad there. Army would create a relationship with community members that sometimes the Gamers Asylum couldn't. The Gamers Asylum would often tell me that he felt like he couldn't connect to the community members, and instead, I was seeing Army do that for him. When is coffee drinking animation? Oh, I have something. I have something. Coffee can make it worse. Do you have any ginger tea and honey? Not right now, but if I notice later that I'm still having this issue, I'll definitely look into that. Yeah. Does he even have kids? Yes, he does. And if you watch, I'm not sure if we're gonna go through it today, but if you watch the video of the meetup with Cassandra, you'll see him there as well. So he goes there with his son. So yeah, this is just to show you guys that Army was very involved early on the Twitch channel. Not so much anywhere else. I didn't see him on Roxy's channel. I didn't see him much on my YouTube channel, but I did see him a lot on Twitch. So he would be very involved. He would eventually join the...
Cassandra Green super chatted $10. Have you given him the chance to talk about the real me and what happened? He says he has no way to contact you. Also, be honest, his son talked to you a few nights ago and confirmed that was him.
Okay, let's break this down. Have you given him the chance to talk about the real me and what happened? I have given him several chances to talk about you until the meetup. Several chances. Do I give him the chance now? Why now? Like, this has been a thing for months now. The fact that you know that Cassandra knows things that they couldn't possibly know because it was private conversation between me and Gamers Asylum has been a thing for months. So like, he's had plenty of chances. At one point, do I close the door so that he can't keep lying to me? You know what I mean? At what point do I give endless chances for him to lie to me? Like, I don't understand. Like, when is that? When does it cross the line? When does it like say it's enough, right? So no, I think he still has. He has what? At least 10 alts right now that are active, that are still on X that I haven't blocked. He has plenty of alts that he can use to reach out and tell me who the true Cassandra is. Like, you know. And if he wants to do it in private, he can use his alts to private message me on X. Like, there's definitely plenty of ways that he can put the truth out there. All right? I'm definitely not silencing him in any way. He can also choose to donate right now. He's not blocked on the channel, as you noticed, so. I also said Cassandra is welcome to hop on stream and, you know, not to apologize if she doesn't want to, but she can talk to me. At the same time, on the YouTube side of things, he would be very helpful with making dockets, a document with all the links and timestamps for me to react to, as well as descriptions. Okay, so one of the biggest helpful things that he has done for me were the dockets. And this was actually pretty amazing because I was at the time telling Becky's story, right? So every Saturday I would put out a Becky Boop episode. And because I had not personally seen a lot of this content from her early appearances on the LCU, it was actually really cool to start a stream, have a docket ready for me, and click all these links with these different timestamps and summaries and descriptions without actually having seen them beforehand, having to organize them beforehand, because that would allow me to react to this content for the first time live on stream. The fact that he was doing these dockets for me was great for me because it would allow me to have like genuine reactions on stream with you guys, right? And so at the time, I was extremely appreciative of his work with the dockets because it made all the difference to me, specifically with the Becky Boop episodes. But at the same time, while his alts were making it a big deal that, you know, he was making the dockets and somehow I wasn't being grateful enough to his work and giving him credit enough for his work, he was at the same time saying, you know, behind the Gamers Asylum name, he was saying things like, I don't get hung up on titles. Anything I do is because I enjoy the content and there's no need to take a bow for that, right? Even though I think I was. At every chance that I got, especially when I went on the LCU shows, I was like, oh, I'm so grateful that I have this person doing dockets because, you know, it really helps me out. And then during the streams, I would be thankful for his moderating. And I think I've mentioned several times that he did the dockets. But listen, guys, it was never enough. It was never enough. I was never grateful enough. At some point, I even said, what do you want from me? To go on my knees and kiss your feet? Like, what do you want from me? You know, he was taking it to the point. And then at the same time, obviously, he was, you know, communicating with Roxy and Nemesis had become a close friend of his, and he would complain endlessly about me to them. Yo, is this a Ruby raid? Thank you so much. I might have missed the message at the top of the chat. Thank you. Hey, Gamer of the Damned. Hey, Ruby. Welcome in, guys. We are going through the full story of my side of the story with Gamers Asylum and Cassandra, mostly. She's a big part of it. If you guys missed anything, you can go back. There is like almost an hour of content so far, so you are welcome to go back and check out the beginning of the stream if these people don't manage to strike me down and keep me from telling my story, because holy crap, that would be bad, right? That would be hella threatening. I'm putting people in danger over here. All right. Whew. So he keeps saying things like, I play a non-essential role, a monkey with a keyboard could do my job, I can easily be replaced and no one would notice, iVixey will do just fine with or without me. Sicilian Princess, thank you so much for the gifted membership and for another winner. Thank you. So at this point, Cassandra was putting out things like, you know, you are a big part of the content. And also were saying things like, you know, she would be nothing without you. And so he would respond back saying, I'm nobody really. I'm just a monkey with a keyboard. Anybody can do my job. I'm not doing anything. But at the same time, these alts would be like, yo, you are nothing without him, right? Right. iVixey's content can stand on its own. She will be fine as long as she remains constant. Again, this has nothing to do with my support. Nope, I just help her write her dockets and mod her chat. I understand the low how chubby ladies have new equipment and that caused a brief problem at the start. Yeah, he was telling me at the time that people were reaching out to him because he was my manager and the low how chubby episode was not well prepared. Yeah, but of course, never any screenshots, you know. He does often say, very much like, you know, this. he would often come up with like a lot of messages about iVixey's live stream, and he would be like, oh, this person and this person are saying things, but there's never any screenshots or any proof of this happening. So it could possibly be the voices in his head. I'm not sure if he hears them as different actors in there and he gets confused. I don't know. I have not personally dealt with schizophrenia, so only secondhand I've dealt with that. I can imagine it's very hard. All right, so he would often mention having a simple role in the content while his alts would require he had more credit, hint at me being ungrateful, and saying that without him my content would fail. Cassandra would go, iVixey's deleting chats that support you. Does she really think that she built that show on her own? And then Gamers Asylum would go back and say it's her channel, she could do whatever she wants, And they would have all these full-blown conversations between them in public. Yeah. Okay, this was also a very interesting episode. Cassandra decided to join the Discord, my Discord, right? And this was actually a very hard time for my community because I was saying that I was going to do all this new content and bringing all these new people. And our Discord server for my community was being ravaged, okay? Let's say it like that. It was being ravaged and there was a full-on raid of people coming in from this new content, and a lot of people were rightfully I feel ravaged. A lot of people were rightfully concerned from the gaming side of things, from the Twitch side of things. They were very concerned that this drama was going to be a big thing on the Discord. So there were subjects that were, being discussed in the drama sphere that were triggering for a lot of people. And so what I was trying to do at this point was really to try to make everyone feel safe, for there to be places for the drama community to discuss things and places for the gaming community to discuss things without it always being, in the same channel. So what I was organizing the Discord in a way that there would be general discussion places for drama subjects, general discussion places for the gaming community, and I just wanted to make sure everyone felt safe. And at the time, I was the only person managing or moderating the Discord. I went through crazy lengths to make everyone feel safe and comfortable. There were people coming in with a very aggressive attitude, and I was just like trying to listen to everyone's side. At some point, Minty makes a thread on the Discord with titled, "Is iVixey splitting her audience? Cozy versus drama." Minty was of the opinion that I was splitting my audience and specifically making the drama community feel unwelcome was a lot of his opinion. And I was struggling with this narrative because I did not want to feel I didn't want anyone to feel unwelcome, but at the same time, I did want to protect the community that has been there for me for a long time. And a lot of people were very vocal about they just didn't want the drama. And I wanted to respect that, the drama was not pushed on people who didn't want it. And at the same time, people in the drama community were feeling very attacked and unwelcome because they were saying this. And I don't think that's fair. So I tried to do my best. At the same time, it was a very dramatic episode on the Discord. And when he made this thread, the real GMR, her first appearance, her first message on the Discord was this one. She was saying, this was actually really aggressive. So she would say, "I have lurked here for a little while and I have noticed the hostility towards the audience Vixey is actually growing from." What the frick, right? How? Like, I understand that if you look at my drama episodes and you see 100 people in here, which does not compare to like the 30 average that I get on Twitch, but like, come on now. We just started this drama stuff. You can't say, oh, she's growing from the drama stuff and not from the gaming stuff. You should really be doing drama stuff only because who cares about gaming, right? It's so unfair to be presenting it like that. And then she goes and says, her numbers go up and all I see are names of people in the LCU, BBU, Savage, or Roxy. Now they have been regulated to second-class citizens in this server. Just because I was trying to keep everyone happy and comfortable. One of her Twitch members in here told a little secret, bragging like they did something. Notice a mod missing? That is right. I was bragged about, but it was bragged about by a Twitch member. They didn't want gamers as a mod because this goes so far because what happened was, I think I say it here. I modded Gamers Asylum for like 2 seconds on Discord, right? I modded him for 2 seconds because I thought, you know, he's putting all this work on my YouTube side of things. I'm going to give him some status on the Discord so people realize that he has some power in the community or some contribution in the community. So I modded him for 2 seconds, but then I was like, it could cause discomfort in the community, so I took it back, right? Literally. Not literally 2 seconds, but you know what I mean, right? I'm exaggerating it. But he was a moderator for a short time until I took it away. And they jumped on this, right? Sandra or, you know, all these people in someone's head. They jumped on the opportunity to say that someone... They painted it as like the community, the gaming community coming to me to say, oh no, you can't mod him, I'm so uncomfortable. No, that's not what happened. It was literally me modding and then unmodding. That's what happened. So they're like not only was all this stuff happening on the Discord and people getting uncomfortable and voicing their opinions, Real GMR felt it was necessary to put more fuel into the fire, right? It was make it even more chaotic sounding than it needed to be. And a community that showed up 300 strong was put to the wayside for 1 of 30. Making comparisons between communities, like separating them even more, in my opinion, right? She goes, it really is starting to feel like iVixey saw the money-making ability in the YouTube drama community and pulled in one of their most recognizable influencers. Yo! Influencers! Until she could get ahead, and her Twitch community bit her tail and bragged about it. Whoa, he's an influencer now, guys. I didn't remember this one. He's an influencer. Jesus Christ. One of the first things you see when you come into the server is this. We all fly under the same flag. We are committed to an environment of mutual respect. That is part of my rules, by the way. It should continue with, unless you are in the LCU or BBU. So, you know, she was being extremely toxic with her words. But guess what happened after this, guys? So she posts this, right? She posts this message. What does she do next? She screenshots it, and then poof, it disappears, right? So Real Gamer then goes into DMs with Minty because she knows Minty is going to stir up trouble. Well, stir up... because he started the thread, right? So she was like, let's go to Minty with this information to see what he causes there, right? Callant says, Gaming Asylum seems very parasocial. Avoid people like that, like the plague. Yes. Yes. And despite me having been doing this for 10 years, I have apparently still not learned that lesson. So yeah, so... she screenshots her own message, and then she goes to Minty and says, oh no, she deleted my message. Why would she do that? And then she gives her screenshot to Minty Retro in DMs and be like, oh, they deleted my message, right? So then she keeps on going, and she says, I honestly didn't think this and other actions she took, that the test interview is going to go well for her. People will start donating about what happened here, and her shafting gamers. Shafting. Shafting! And then she goes and says, I told one too many facts. So this was about the comment getting deleted that she was putting on me. She said, I told one too many facts. Her Twitch members are the elites that get to dictate rules to her other members to make sure they are second-class members. Same flag and all equals, right? You feel shafted too? I'm so sorry. I keep shafting people, man. Left and right, just cha. She goes and says the drama communities are used to paying well for content. During her last stream, Havoc, who is Gamers Asylum, gave $150. The Truth and Lillian gave money. Then one of her Twitch supporters dropped 100. Oh yeah, she has to mention that the 100 was there, but it was less, right? Don't forget, guys. Gamers Asylum gave 150. This is very important for you guys to remember. Gamers Asylum gave 150, you know, and then The Truth and Lillian, which, you know, she claims is part of the drama community, they gave more money. But one of my Twitch supporters only gave 100. You guys have to understand, there's a big difference between what the drama community is giving me, a lot more money, and the gaming community is giving me only 100, right? Okay, let's be very clear here. And then Army at this point is on the Discord as well, which is his son. And he goes, "What do you mean shafting? He has done nothing but support iVixey and work like crazy promoting her." Man, I'm tired. He was a moderator here. One of her Twitch members doesn't want him as one because they were afraid he might not side with them in a conflict, and Vixie took Gamer's position away because of it. Her little Twitch member went bragging about it on social media. Oh yeah, they started, I'm not gonna name names because this person does not want to be involved in the drama, but they were basically painting it as one of my community members from the Twitch side having gone to social media to say that, oh my god, I'm so happy that she listened to me and unmodded Gamers Asylum. There were never any screenshots, by the way, again, okay? And then Army goes, "Wasn't the gold thing for anyway?" A drink, thank you. Yeah, you never got a penny, it's not fair. You should have gone live at some point, Nemesis. You should have become a content creator as well, and just gone live. Okay, so at this point, Army, which is his son, is part of the Discord as well. And not only does he participate in the community and talking to other community members on Twitch and on Discord, he also reaches out to me in DMs. He would often DM me gassing up his dad and adding information to situations that his dad went through, allowing gamers to remain humble. That was Army's role in, you know, as his one of his alts, to allow gamers to remain humble while he would gas them up, right? And I'm gonna tell you the neighbor's story, okay? This is a really good story, so listen up. At one point, I was in a voice conversation with Gamers Asylum. It was late at night in the US as well, and he all of a sudden has to leave the voice chat. He has to go. There's something happening outside, right? There's something happening outside, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go to bed. It's late anyway. And then I wake up the next day, and he's like, "Oh, there was a situation with my neighbor. They needed some help." So he went and helped the neighbor, right? And that's the story that he tells me. But then Army DMs me and reaches out and says, "Holy crap. We were being shot at last night. You know, he tells me the story about our neighbor had a gun in the house and he was about to kill himself and end himself or whatever in Minecraft. I don't know what the thing is here. He was about to do something really bad. And my dad, he stepped in and he pushed the door down, he got in there, he took the gun out of his hands, and it shot and whatever, and so he basically saved his neighbor's life, right? The police were called. The police were called. And, yeah. And then, hopefully this neighbor received some help afterwards. But, yeah, so that's the neighbor story, you know. And in this neighbor story, you can really see Gamers was telling me one thing, and then Army was adding to the story, making him look like a hero because he wouldn't do that himself, right? Right. Okay. Now, I'm sure it happened. He would also be the one to reach out when Gamers ended up in the hospital, which happened several times throughout the last 3 months, by the way. Yeah, exactly. The local hero story. I never found these articles, by the way, Ani Wolf. I never found these articles that Cassandra told me they were out there. I never found any articles, but I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure they're out there. Oh, Cassandra. What does Cassandra have to
Green
say?
super chatted $10. The LCU is saying I am alt for a reason that you have not heard. Becky was right about you. Are you going to tell them how parasocial you were? Where are the receipts on these stories?
What stories? Oh, I am choosing not to leak DMs. This is my perspective. It's my story to tell. I believe I am allowed to tell the story without showing DMs. That was my choice not to do that. We will see to what extent you guys take this, you know, all the little people in his head. I will see how far that is actually funny. Let me put that up there. Actually, it's at 7,020 at this point because there were 2 Cassandra donations. Let's be very clear that, you know, there have been 2. So if you want to make sure to put the right number out there. Okay. Are we going to tell how parasocial you were? What is this accusation exactly? I allowed this to happen, yes. I am the biggest idiot. Yes. There were so many red flags from the very beginning that we are showing now. I realized that I am an idiot. I'll say this many times again. I was an absolute idiot for believing this person when there were so many red flags. Yes, I am an idiot. I allowed parasocial relationships to happen. I allow parasocial relationships to happen because I don't have much of a social life in real life that is not online. I have never been the person to separate my in-person life from my online life. I was never very good at that. I have trouble with mental health, which keeps me from going outside as much as I should. And I don't have... And it's not exactly healthy, but that is the life that I have lived. And so I have allowed this to happen, 100%. Right, lonely VTuber, we had no idea. Imagine that, imagine that. Listen, guys, he has to give you DM receipts. I have seen your DMs. I'm sure you have, Cassandra. You admitted you were in a relationship with him? Oh, I would like to see that DM. You show all of your DMs and he can show all of his. Maybe my story needs to be told. Oh, your story. Wait a minute, your story? I thought it was Gamers Asylum story? Wait a minute. In 1 second, you're saying... I said I was in a relationship with him, but then at the end of your sentence, you say it's your story? Hello? Please, Cassandra, go live. Make sure to post it somewhere where I can see and tell your story, all right? Hop up wherever you want and tell your story. You have made me part of the story. I have? Hello? Cassandra. 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 I have made you part of the story? Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That's hilarious, actually. I have made you part of the story. All right. Okay, so moving on. Army would also be the one reaching out when gamers went to the hospital, which happened several times, as well as when there was a disagreement between me and gamers. He would leave the messages shaming me for making his dad feel bad. So imagine we had a disagreement because there were some trust issues, right? And I would confront gamers about that in DMs. And then, you know, later that night, I would receive a message from Army saying, oh, my dad's like puking, or my dad is like stressed out and it's all your fault. And he would make me feel bad for making his dad stress out and have a horrible time, right? I'll come up when, you probably shared information you shouldn't have with that one. The love bombing was instant. Oh, was she going after weights? That's great. At some point, she did that too later on. When my information of my old channel was bring Gamers Asylum up as well. Oh, 100%. I bet there are several people who would love to hear from Cassandra. Who would love to, like, if you don't have your own channel, I will come up the very second she cams up. Ah, that is convenient. That is convenient. Putting an impossible requirement on you coming up is insane. That's really funny. Happy weekend. Thank you so much for the membership. That's really great. Listen, I don't want you to come up. Like, you do what, like, I don't need you to go anywhere, man. You can tell your story if you want to. I'm telling mine. None of my business. If I cam up, that's great. Listen, I will get to this, but I am not a face cam streamer. This was a choice that I have made. I don't want to be a face cam streamer. I've done that for 7 years, which Cassandra, you know about because you looked into my stuff. You went to my old channel to comment on it to say how fat I was, all right? Like, you know I was a face cam streamer for 7 years. I have nothing to prove. You do, though, but I do not. All right. So the love bombing was instant. At first, he would call, sorry, Siren. I thought it was going to read your message, but I'll read yours instead. Man, get the load on TGA. Oops, I mean Cassandra. Couldn't be Siren Syrup. She has a life. Thank you for the $9.99, Siren. I mean, not Siren. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Okay. At first, he would call me special and talented, and then when we got closer, he dropped the L-bomb within the first week of talking in private. And I want to make sure you guys understand this. I'm not bringing receipts for this, so this is just my perspective. I made the decision with this to not leak my DMs with Gamers Asylum. However, this is my perspective, and my perspective is that within the first week of us talking, he dropped the L-bomb. And no, it was not like love between friends and family. He literally said, I am falling in love with you. Those were his words. Okay? That's my perspective. You can take it as you want. I am choosing not to screenshot that. That is my perspective. Because he's going on the LCU saying something different. So let's make sure I put out there that he said this. However, let me also state that I did not reciprocate these feelings. I was very clear about this from the very beginning, that nothing in that direction was going to happen unless I would meet him, or, you know, the first step towards it would be meeting in person. I was always very clear about this. I did, however, value his friendship, and that is why, you know, him dropping the L-bomb was not the end of our relationship, you know, as friends. But you have to understand, when someone drops the L-bomb on you, you're like, this really hit me at the time. It didn't sound like that on LC Live. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where I got. Why does it look and feel like LCU drama? It is. That is originally how I knew him, was from the LCU. So yeah, Gamers was distracting me. Good job. Good job with that one. Okay, so after he dropped the L-bomb, he would consistently guilt trip me in a way into not feeling the same way. This was his way to say, oh, I'm putting all this energy into you and I have all these feelings towards you, but you don't feel that back. And that is why, you know, he has more on the line than me. That's what he would say, because he would put more effort into the relationship, because he loved me and I didn't love him back. So that was always something that he would mention to make me feel less in it, if that makes sense. Okay, so here comes the software that he purchased, right? We were talking about doing dockets together, and we were talking about several different options, and one of them was Google Docs, by the way, which I am using right now. It's a free option. But he was talking to, his many business partners, and he eventually said that we should do Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams was a paid service, so he paid for it. At some point before that, I reached out to him and asked him if his business had access to the Adobe Creative Cloud, because this was a software that I was used to, but I didn't own it. So I asked him, does your business have Adobe so that we can use it for this work that we're doing as well? He said he didn't, so he paid for it. I never asked for it. I told him that there were plenty of free options out there that we could use. But obviously, he had to put his foot forward and say, money is not an issue. You'll hear him say several times, money is not an issue, but then he comes in screaming, saying, I spent $7,000! I can never reach that tone, so I'm not representing him the right way, but yeah, $7,000 on this woman! Anyway. But it's not about money, guys. It's not about money. Sorry, that took away some energy. Anyway, so he purchased all these softwares so that we could do some work. And obviously, I really appreciate it. But I'll tell you something. Do you think I still have access to these? No. And you know why? Because he put his own business behind these softwares, right? I was never connected to these softwares. So what he would do is he would buy these, but in the name of his company, right? So I had to log in through a separate sign-in that he had control over. So what would happen is that once in a while, every few days, I would start up Adobe Photoshop and it would say sign in, right? And the same sign-in information was no longer correct. So I would have to reach out to him to go like, oh, what's the sign in now? And he would be like, oh yeah, the servers got wiped. So here's your new sign in information. So even though I had access to these softwares, it was always through him, right? And every few days it was a new sign in because the servers were wiped, right? So I always had to go to him and be like, it doesn't work anymore. Can you please give me a new one so that I can keep working? And he would be like, of course, dear. And then he would give me the information and we'd all be good again. I'll be thank you. More opportunities to thank him for things. So that's how he had control over me having access to these pieces of software. I didn't understand this at the time, right? But now I understand, these were just more opportunities that he had for me to say, thank you so much for all the things that you are doing for me, right? Every single time I needed a sign in, thank you, right? Okay, he would mention promotional budgets and surveys, but I never got to see any analytics. He would claim that the success of some of my early tweets were due to him promoting them. So, this is another one, right? These $7,000, part of this was probably, supposedly, allegedly, well, I don't know anymore, spent on promotional budgets, right? So what he said was that he was promoting on Twitter, he was retweeting my tweets and I'm not sure what he said he did, but he said that a lot of my early tweets were the success of my early tweets were because of his promotion. And then he also said he put out surveys of people having to answer questions about my content, and therefore we would get answers and be able to cater towards the audience. I don't know exactly, but I never saw any analytics. When you do promotional stuff on social media, you get analytics back. I'm not sure if you guys ever did this, but when you promote on YouTube, promote on X, promote on TikTok, promote on wherever it is, you always get analytics back of how successful that promotion went. Because, I actually have done this in the past. But I never saw them. Never ever saw them. I'm so sorry for the center alignment. It was because the pictures. Anyway, I'm so sorry that this triggers you. Because at first I don't have these center aligned, and then I do. I'm so sorry. I'll try to do better in the future, I promise. All right. So these are some of these tweets that early on were quite successful for my standards, right? I would not usually get almost 6,000 people seeing my my tweets, so it could very well be that he clicked this little promote, on the top, and I have no idea, right? He says he did, but then not all of my tweets are consistently successful with the same numbers, so I'm not sure. And nowadays, if I tweet something interesting, they still get the same numbers. I'm pretty sure it's not still promoting them. So I don't know where this comes from, right? I don't know where this comes from, but he supposedly did promote my content at the beginning, but I have never seen any proof of that. He now also says that I have some sort of promotional budget just waiting for me to be used, but I have no idea. I don't have access to it. I don't know how it works. I don't know where this promotional stuff is. I have no information, right? All right, cool. That's that. All right, okay. So now we go into his age, guys. One of the information shared with me early on was his age because, we were getting close. I was sharing personal information about myself. I got to the point of sharing pictures, which I don't really do usually because, I have to really trust you to share pictures of myself since I am a VTuber on the internet. That is not exactly in my best interest. So he would tell me that he was 40 years old, right? This was a big one. This was a big one because he would say he was 40, and he would also share pictures at the time. But these pictures did look a little old, right? I'm not going to share them here because they've never been made public. But I'm telling you, he shared pictures that, the person on the picture could have been 40 at that point in time, right? They were a little old looking, but some people still take terrible pictures. One example that I can think of is Batgirl. I have nothing against Batgirl, but if you go to Batgirl's Twitter, you'll see all these pictures that she does with like these little weird lens flare, and it just looks like it was taken, in the 2000s, right? Anyway, that's what I mean, right? It looks like old pictures, old style pictures. And I was like, sure, this happens, whatever. Now, listen, guys, at some point, he shares a picture because he has a wedding or whatever, right? He has a wedding, and he shares a picture, a family photo. And I'm like, wait a second, where the hell is the Gamers Asylum on this picture, right? It's a picture of this whole family. There's guys, men of different age groups. I'm like, but where the hell is he? There was no way that I could identify him from the people on that picture, right? So I was like, holy crap, send me a selfie right now, right? So he sends me a selfie, and I'm like, oh, that is you, right? That old man in the back. Nothing like the first picture that he sent me, right? Nothing like the other two pictures that he sent. He sent me two early on. Nothing like that. Completely different. Aged, I don't know, 20, 30 years, I don't know, right? A person doesn't age that fast. When I confronted him on this, always that old man in the back. When I confronted him on this, he was like, he didn't know what happened, right? He thought he was sharing a recent picture like he doesn't look in the mirror every day, right? How does someone send a picture from 20 years ago saying, oh, this is me, and then he doesn't know what happened when I confront him on the fact that he doesn't look like that anymore? Like, holy crap, dude. Anyway. Anyway. He was catfishing you with younger He was, dude! He was! And then when I confronted him on it, he was like, no, I don't know what happened. It was just a random picture that I shared with you. I thought it was recent. What do you mean you thought it was recent? Okay, I'll calm down. All right, okay. Ooh. When I asked him about it, he was oblivious. He thought he was just sending me a recent picture. Okay, so listen, this is a controversial one, all right? This one gets controversial, and a lot of people might give me crap for this. I don't know, chat. Let me know, okay? Water, right? Water. You guys might give me crap for this one. Let me know. I will accept any crap you want to hit at me with. But here we go, right? His son ordered some merch from my Ko-Fi store. I was promoting at the time, like the body pillows, the mouse pads, the acrylic standee, all that stuff came out at the same time. So he ordered some merch from my Ko-Fi store, the Sun, supposedly, right? To decorate his dad's office. This gave me access to his full name and address, okay? I did nothing with this information beyond using it to send him the merch, okay? However, my mom, because I had been talking to her about, this connection that I was making with a guy on the other side of the ocean, right? And the guy in America, right? And she asked me, I want to know more about this guy. And it was not in a concerning way. It was not. She was excited for me, right? Because I was saying very excited things to her. I was saying very exciting things to her. So yes, I shared the information with her from his full name and address. I shared it with my mom that lives in the same house as me. The information never left my home. However, yes, I did that. All right, time to ban Cassandra because now she's just like sharing information that I am not interested in sharing. All right, Cassandra, you had a voice here, man, but when you do this sort of stuff, it's gone. All right. Okay, so yes, I shared it with my mom, and she was excited. She used to be a real estate agent, so when a client would come in with certain things that they wanted, she would look them up as well. It was a very common thing for her to do. So I saw absolutely nothing wrong with that. Cassandra had fed me information about him being in local articles, and I was, my mom went to look this up. He had a public, supposedly 10,000 businesses, and all this information was online, so I did not see anything wrong with her looking this information up. I didn't, especially as my mom, and this was not going beyond this household, right? So I gave her the information, and she looked up what she could find on him. After this, he always sold this as a background check. That's not what this was. People have showed me what background checks are. You look into people's felonies, criminal record, phone numbers. This is not a background check. This was a mom that wanted to know more about a guy that was telling her daughter that they loved her. Okay? That's what this was. Painting it as anything else is disgusting. And I have not used this word yet so far. Okay? All right, sorry, I was a little passionate about that one. But that has been used against me, the fact that I shared this information with my mother. Okay, and Cassandra has used this several times to go on X and say things like, new story developing from former BBU streamer on iVixey using Ko-Fi memberships and the store to gather information and run background checks on customers and viewers. Tagging Ko-Fi, alerting them to a violation of their terms of service. Potentially making my community feel unsafe to use my Ko-Fi, okay? Right, Trace, right. I did not even do that, but what would be wrong if I did it, right? Exactly. I would probably tell him. I would be like, I have this information. I'm going to look stuff into you because, you say all these things. You have these things to say about who you are and talent manager and all, whatever. I'm going to look into it. That would be a normal thing to do. However, I did not. Okay. When my mom did look into him, some stuff came back that was concerning. A lot of information that I'd been given previously by him did not add up with the information from the search, right? One of these things was his age, okay? It did not match up with what the information online was about him. And when I confronted him about his age, he had a full-on identity crisis. Okay? We were having a call, because when it's like really serious stuff, I like to have a call and not talk through text. But no PDF file stuff, guys. I'm not talking about like criminal stuff. That was not a concern.
that's not the concerns we're talking about. The concerns were innocent about his age, about, you know, his whatever it may be. It was not about any criminal things that he might have done. It was nothing about that. So he had an identity crisis in call with me, where he said that he did not know what age he was. Did he yell at me? At this point, no. He was just defensive. He was confused, supposedly, about his age because he had been adopted, which is something that he did share in the LCU at this point, because there was also some funny interactions about his age, because no one believes he's 40. Not a single person that looks at him thinks he's 40. So obviously people are going to confront him on that. But at this point, he says because he was adopted, his birth paper showed a date of birth that was hard to read. So it could have been a 7, it could have been I don't know what he was saying, but he was saying that the date of birth was hard to read on his birth papers, all right? That's the story that he was going with, and he was having a full-on identity crisis that he was looking into, like, he was going to lawyers and having meetings with people and understanding what exactly when he was born, and his son would message me saying, oh my God, my dad is like having, you know, a full-on crisis right now, and whatever it may be. So it's, you know, him and his son were making me like, oh my God, what have you done, right? What have you triggered, right? I was honest with him at this point because there were not only his age, but other things as well that I was like, what is happening here? This is not right. And I told him, I was honest. I said, listen, some of this trust was lost. Like, I don't know how to move forward from this, but like, some of this trust is gone. So what I told him was, because he paints it now as me telling him to prove himself, right? But I gave him a choice back then. I told you, we either distance ourselves and you don't have to prove anything. We just go back to being, you know, acquaintances, and you can help me moderate if you want, and you can have an involvement in the content. We're just not going to be friends from here on out, right? So I told him, you have that choice. However, if you want me to put any more energy into this friendship or believe you in any way moving forward, there has to be trust earned back. And he chose that option, okay? Let me be very clear. He chose that option, not the other one. He wanted to prove himself. He wanted to go the extra mile and show that all this information was real, right? So that's the option that he chose. And I was like, okay, that would be nice. I would like to gain this trust back. I was in a position of like, you know, this all sounds really wild, but if it's true, it's true, right? Okay. This whole confrontation did spark some activity with his alts, because they would start saying that something was different between me and Gamers Asylum. I don't know how they would know, right? Because this was all private conversations, but somehow his alts have sensed, you know, like through the spirits and through the energy and through the whatever, Zakui, dude, I am done with you, dude. Every single time you come in here telling me to redirect to somebody, I'm not done. Do I look done? All right, that person's out. The only thing he ever says here is that I should redirect to someone. All right. So even though, you know, all these conversations were private, and I never, ever, I made sure for these trust issues that I had to never be public. I was never talking to anybody saying, you know, he's my manager, but I don't really trust him, and there's all these things happening, and I went never public with this. I would keep doing my content as I did before, and thanking him for everything that he was doing for the channel, right? However, somehow these people, James Handel and whoever more, right? They would come out to say, there has been so much out about them parting ways and not very much about them working together the way that they say they were. It makes it look like iVixey's chasing Gamers Asylum's clout. Wait a minute. Clout? Because this was mentioned several times since then too. Clout? What is this clout exactly? That he's a big donator? Please, chat, enlighten me. What is the Gamers Asylum clout? Just so I understand exactly what clout I'm chasing. Oh, Cloud Strife? Dude, I wish. I made full-on fan fictions about dating Cloud Strife back in the day when I was a small, innocent girl. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, they really need to put more info out. If they're lying, they can delete that channel. I'm not sure what they're talking about, what channel needs to be deleted, but yeah, so at this point, we had made nothing public because I did not say he needed to not be my manager at this point yet. I just said that there were some trust issues that he needed to gain back trust. That was it. But somehow, you know. And then the gassing up continued on X, right? So whenever I would post something, James Handel would come out and say, and that is why Gamers Asylum is the perfect content manager. Gamers gets it. Bow, 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 bow. Sorry. Anyway, and then he goes and says, Becky, sorry. Becky Boop Show fans will hate you and your fans will hate her. The one that wins is the one taking the least L's. Right now, you are having all the W's. You took our biggest supporter. Oh, another mention of Gamers Asylum here. Let's be clear. That has his own following and made him your manager. Oh, he has his own following? Wait, James Handel. Wait a minute. Gamers Asylum has his own following? Do you mean, I don't know, what was it, 200 followers that he has on X? I'm not here to shame anybody, but he doesn't exactly have a following like an influencer or a content creator has. He is known as a big donator and supporter and a moderator in the chat. And yes, that might be, you know, his presence online, but he's not exactly has a following? What does that mean? Do people like, well, yes. If you go by his alts, then he definitely does have a following, right? His following are definitely his alts because his alts go above and beyond to say, you know, this person is so great and you should definitely, you know, you have reached the gold mine. You have the biggest supporter behind you, all of that, right? So his alts are definitely his followers. I'll give him that, right? Yo, is Ken in the chat? Is it Ken in the chat? Yo! Hi, Ken. I know that you were doing a stream. I was about to redirect to you when I was done over here. How did you get any juicy information? Anything that you want to ask me? Hi. Hello. If you ever have any questions for me, we can talk, you know. Did I get rated? Oh, I didn't see that. I keep missing it. I'm so sorry. Ruby also rated me earlier. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You have indeed rated the best source over here because I got a lot to say about the situation. If you ever want to go back, Ken, to the beginning of the stream, there have been almost 2 hours now of content about this. Just telling my story, obviously. You know, it's only my perspective, my opinion. Some people want to strike me down because of my truth. But, you know, it is just my side of things. So, you know, the Gamers Asylum says that I am not privy to everything that is happening. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt, I guess. I don't know. Just putting out my story, you know. Oh, God, I'm sorry. As time goes on, I feel myself getting more and more... Sorry. Anyway, moving on. Oh, gosh. Can you add me instead, Ken? Because I'm just iVixey. I'm not gonna remember that name. You lied and Asylum is 30 years old, actually. Yo, he wishes. Alright. So, at this point, we got his alts saying, you need to learn to give your fans the tools they need to fight against the hate you get instead of giving them to your haters. Then you don't have to deal with it, right? You miss Ken on Cafe? A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. As a fan, I could feel something was off this all weekend. All weekend, Cassandra could tell the energy was off, okay? Because, you know, we had these private trust issues between me and gamers. And, you know, since I'm not a content creator for 10 years, I can't go live and, like, not talk about it, right? So she has sensed the energy and she has felt something was off, all right? I believe they are trying to pull something on the fans, and maybe iVixey is using TGA, right? That was a big thing that was put out there. When TGA isn't in Roxy's chat, Roxy has horrible things to say about iVixey, but she is always praising TGA. Okay, so this is a big turn of events, okay? Because I used to really enjoy Roxy's content, and I bet we can get to a point together where I'm going to enjoy her content again. Like I said earlier, I don't have like any hate towards her. I might not always agree with how she does things. I feel like, for example, the fact that she went live without all the information, it's because she doesn't have a history as how to deal with these things, and I don't blame her for that, right? Well, to a certain degree I do, but I don't hate her for it. There's no hate towards her. I don't agree with everything she does and says, but I would love to get to a point where I can enjoy her content again, because I realize that the only issue here between me and her was the Gamers Asylum, and I believe she now realizes that too. I don't know. I haven't read all the messages that Roxy's put in the chat so far, but I do believe that that is her stance right now. I don't know if she's gotten to that point yet. I know that like during her stream and during Locale Live, she was still a bit apprehensive. She was like, I don't know what to believe. Is she still there? I don't know. We'll have to see, right? It is very confusing, 100%, which is why I want to make sure to put this in a timeline that you guys would understand, from my perspective, what happened from start to finish. And especially because I was extremely involved in this, right? I believe a lot of these actions that were taken from the Gamers Asylum as well as alts are based on his feelings towards me, right? His feelings of anger or rejection or whatever it may be. That is the source of a lot that has happened. So I believe I'm very much involved. Roxy's my best friend. You proud that you dodged this bullet? 100%, 100%. All right, let's see. Okay, so all of a sudden, right, I was enjoying Roxy's content, and all of a sudden, I only had a problem with you because I was told, and I will show proof. Gotcha, 100%. And I know that there's, like, every day there's new developments about this, because every day we're being, Roxy is being reached out to, I am being reached out to, with things that Gamers Asylum would say behind our backs that would put us against each other, right? I'm pretty sure Roxy is getting information. I'm getting information every day. And so, yeah, at some point we have an even bigger full picture of everything that's happened. All right, so at this point, I noticed that when I go and watch Roxy, she starts hinting at having an issue with me. She has very strong opinions about how I'm using the Gamers Asylum, and she's pretty vocal about it, although not very, because she's being somewhat controlled by the Gamers Asylum, where he goes, you know, don't make these comments about iVixey on your channel. But she would still, because she is, I see Roxy as someone who doesn't have a lot of filters. So even if there's someone telling her that you can't mention this, she still will, right? Because her feelings and the way that she feels is right at the top of her tongue, right? She will, like, at the tip of her tongue, she will, like, let things out that she doesn't mean to. And at this point, her opinion about me is pretty bad, right? And when I started noticing, Roxy's TGA, when I started noticing she had these feelings about me, I was like, holy crap. I liked her at this point, right? How did she develop this really insane opinion about me? So I was sure that there was some misunderstanding. I reached out to Roxy at this point, and I reached out to her, and I asked her to have a call with me, because I felt, you know, if we talked woman to woman, that there was something that was misunderstood. I just wanted to talk to her and tell her my side of things so that she would have all the information that she needed to make up an opinion about me. Roxy did at this point reject this call. She did not want to have a call with me. I believe she was being manipulated and by the Gamers Asylum at the same time telling her not to have a conversation with me because there was nothing good that could come from it. Even when she's weird, no offense. So at this point, Roxy rejects the call, And she also sends me a few voice messages that are extremely aggressive. She has this really bad opinion about me, like really, really bad. Like no one's ever talked to me like that. Like, I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen Roxy like shit talk someone on her stream, but she was she hated me, all right? Like the full word, the full meaning of that word is how she felt about me. And so there was no possibility for me to get to Roxy at this point. I couldn't understand why her opinion had changed about me so fast. And obviously the common denominator was gamers, right? What did Sage say? So the common denominator here was Gamers Asylum. And they were very close. Every time that you would mention gamers on Roxy's channel, she would be like, yo, he's a very good friend of mine and the channel and the content. He helps out so much, right? So they are very close, Roxy and Gamers Asylum. A friendship has also developed between them. And so because of how close they were, her opinion had developed this way about me based on the things that he was saying about me. So very similarly to what he would do with Nemesis, because they were also getting close, he would go to them, to Roxy and Nemesis, separately and together, to complain about me. And it was normally things like, she's very ungrateful, I do so much for her and she doesn't appreciate me. And you know, he would mention that he donated to get my to pay for a dinner and a spa for me and my mom, and somehow this was a bad thing because I didn't appreciate anything that he did for me. So this was a narrative that he was feeding Roxy and Nemesis at that time. And so yeah, both of them developed a pretty bad opinion about me because of it. So noticing that he would represent me in this light, that is when I started to second guess his ability to be my manager, because one big part of his job or his role as my manager was to have these conversations with other content creators and getting interviews and all of that stuff. So if he was representing me in this light to Roxy and Nemesis, I cannot trust him to do that part, right? So I was very adamant at this point to say, you are no longer my manager. I cannot trust you to represent me. And he was very upset with this, losing this title. The manager title was extremely important to him. But it needed to be said out there that he was no longer my manager. Anyone who wanted to do anything with me in terms of collabs, interviews, whatever it may be, they needed to reach out to me instead. So eventually, a public announcement was made that Gamers Asylum was no longer my manager. And holy crap, right? This is when the harassment really starts, right? Because, you know, him not being my manager, that's gonna mean that my content's gonna dip. I'm gonna have no viewers. I'm gonna have no support. I'm gonna have no donations. I'm gonna have nothing, right? Without Gamers Asylum, my channel's gonna die, right? That's how it was being expressed by his alts. And in the tweet where he says he parted ways with me, there is conveniently a content creator reaching out to him, and she says, "Hello, I am a content creator out of St. Louis. And when one door closes, I believe another one opens. I would love to step into that opening door. I have seen your work, and I would love it if you would consider working with me. 50-50 split. Oh, 50-50 split. Can I DM you my portfolio?" Oh, Lord Christ. The very same tweets where he says he's parted ways with me, there's a lineup of content creators wanting to work with him, right? Because they've seen his work. He's so amazing. The things that he has done out there, right? It's so good. They have to like jump on that opportunity, right? So this person reaches out, says that they have a portfolio. Anyway, and he goes and says, "I got your portfolio. We'll reach out to you soon. Thank you." I've never heard of like them working together ever since, by the way. But that's another story, I guess. Cassandra obviously also reacts to this news that he's no longer my manager, and she says, I knew it! I knew she was using the game's Asylum for the money and direction until she thought she could do it on her own. If Keemstar ever lets this cartoon pop her head into the LCU, I stop supporting them. Roxy has said iVixey is a user all along. No platform should allow her to find another victim. Victim, guys. Becky Boop Show and Thick Gemini are gonna eat for a long time off this tea. Oh, you're right, I should drink water. I'm a gold digger. You guys are noticing it in my voice, aren't you? I'm going to say this was iVixey's idea because I have never known the Gamers Asylum to ever give up on anything. She even said she was doing all the work. From what I have seen, TGA was the only real supporter. The only real supporter, guys. I had no support before him or during him, okay? Put this in your head, guys. He is the only real support I have. The biggest and only support that I have, okay? The channel is going to fail once those gifted memberships TGA brought run out. Because, you know, I pay my bills off of these memberships, guys. I don't know what I've been doing the 10 years before he showed up. I guess I don't know how I was living my life, guys. But I'm so glad the Gamers Asylum showed up to save the day, right? Thank God I can finally pay my bills. Anyway. I also hope this reputation starts to carry over to your Twitch channel. And you get the vitriol you deserved. I'm not sure what that means. A fancy English word, I don't know. Deserve for being such a vile person. You said on Twitch, barring... I'm sorry. Oh, you retracted that message. Why did you retract it? What were you trying to say, Gamers Asylum? What did I say on Twitch? Please tell me so I can address this. I would love to address whatever I said on Twitch. So when you finish redacting your message, please send it out, you know? Let me know what I said on Twitch. That contradicts what I just said here. Oh, hates anger towards. Okay, cool. Good to know. Not that I'm ever gonna use that. TGA is here? Yes, he is the Done Happy account. Because, you know, when I think it was during a conversation with Cassandra, or, you know, Cassandra is still here somewhere. You said you were borrowing money from your mom. You told me that several times. I'm here because I was told you doxed me. Doxed you? Of course you're here because I doxed you. You're pulling a Michael Green right now? Come on now. How did I dox you? Also, I never said I was borrowing money from mom. I actually said the other way around. And I have plenty of witnesses here right now. Okay? I said I was actually proud to be in a position where my mother borrowed money from me. Okay? That is something that I have said recently. I don't know where to say if I said that. I think it was in a voice chat on Discord. I said that, did you give away any city that I live near? I don't know. Was there a public... I think you're doxing yourself now, Done Happy, because, you know, this Angel Crest person said that they're creating in St. Louis. If you're telling me you live nearby, that's none of my business, all right, pal? Anyway. Jesus Christ. That is so desperate, dude. That is so desperate. Come on now. Jesus Christ. Who's sending you all these messages telling you about it, huh? Why don't you just admit you're here from start to finish of the stream, dude? There's no shame in that. We're talking about you after all, right? You think I haven't been up watching lolcow nuts every day? Because, you know, even though it's very hard to see your face and hear your voice right now, I want to see what kind of lies you're telling over there. So I'm watching them. I don't like to admit it, but I'm still watching lolcow nuts. So I'm sure you've been here from the start to finish. Don't go saying, someone told me this. That's always your defense, dude. Always your defense is, I was told. I get so many messages from different people. Dude. All right, anyway. Now that you've doxed yourself, let's move on. All right. So this was another time that he got doxed, right? You have said that recently, but you also said you borrow money from your mother. I have better things to do than this. Yes, I agree. So move on, all right? I have borrowed money from mom. There was probably a specific circumstance to that conversation. There was probably a whole other context to that conversation that what you are using it for right now. So please do go do better things with your life than this, please. You have spent way too much time online with me, so please do move on. Anyway, that is also very funny that you say better things to do, but you've lost your whole life into this crap online. Anyway, when the announcement was made that that he was no longer my manager, guess what happened, guys? He was doxxed again, right? Oh God, Mary, I would not be surprised at this point. You know how paranoid I am every time that someone joins the Discord right now? I'm like, holy crap, is this another alt? You know? And some of these alts go back years, right? Because this is not, this is my opinion, obviously, guys. My opinion, but like, pretty sure this guy has not been doing this for the first time this year, all right? Anyway, so of course, Gamers gets doxxed again when the news comes out that he's no longer my manager. I woke up the next day with the news, as well as him accusing my community members of messaging him privately, harassing him to leave the server. Never any screenshots, obviously, but I did ask for them, because if my community goes and reaches out to him and says, leave the server, that is harassment that I will not accept, right? And I told him it's very important that you show me these messages because this is unacceptable behavior. Never any messages or screenshots were sent, right? He was actually, anyway, so because he was doxxed and because he was getting all these messages from my community members, he was basically harassed to leave my Discord server. And he leaves this message behind, right? In my server, he says, I have spent the morning reading all of my fan mail. I appreciate being reminded of my business and home addresses and phone numbers. You never know, I might forget some of them. It is clear that even though only iVixey and I know what went on, that I have worn out my welcome here. That said, the people that had become my friends, I bid you adieu. All right? So he leaves this message on the Discord and he leaves, right? He doesn't send me any screenshots of any people, any specific people that are harassing him. But obviously, like, holy crap, he just mentioned publicly in my Discord that he was feeling unsafe, right? That people are mentioning his business and home address, and somehow this is making him leave the Discord server. So people like Savage Wolf would go out there and say, you do realize that you just made it seem like iVixey's server is full of crazies, right? You're alluding that it was members from her server who sent them, and you know that's what people are going to take away. They're not going to pay attention to the nice things said. So at this point, he's making my Discord feel unsafe for people, right? Let me just... At this point, he's making my Discord feel unsafe, and he's not giving me the tools to deal with any of it. At this point, he's telling me things, making it sound like the doxing, like this is an extremely, it's just an extremely dangerous thing to say. He says that the doxing, he hints at the doxing potentially coming from my server because he had to leave the server, right? This alleged dox gave me a lot of problems as he mentioned it as he leaves the server. Several people were concerned about the server's safety, including, of course, Cassandra, right? So she goes out and she messages on X. She says, the messages have been released. iVixey was worried about covering for a user that was proven to be harassing someone who left after being doxxed. Gamers Asylum might say it didn't come from Vixey, but it cannot be ruled out with this being Vixey's attitude and the kind of people in there. And iVixey knowingly allowing them to run wild. Keemstar, and then she tags Keemstar and Rastov, right? people who have nothing to do with this. But she tags them and she says, this is what you're going to promote on your shows? To have people think she's someone that she's not and end up being harassed and doxxed? iVixey has even doxed me on her server. Whatever that means. It is sickening to see how iVixey is treating the Gamers Asylum after all he did for her. Becky Boop Show was right about Vixie being ungrateful. Alright, so when this dox happened, I went live shortly after on YouTube. And several accounts mentioned a police report and connecting the dox to me. Okay? So I've not read a police report, I'm not being told about a police report, but at some point I'm going live, right? On YouTube with my own episodes, and they come into my chat, all these alts, right? Like cringe alert and AGG tests, whatever, and they're all coming in and they're saying, oh, there's a police report. There's a police report and you should comment on this because the IPs, what is this Cringe said exactly? Cringe said, they have a server number that they're saying is yours, an IP number that is attached to the server number that has the same IP, ISP number attached to the message that had the docs, right? So they're basically, I don't know, saying a bunch of BS, saying that somehow the docs came from my server, and there's proof of this because it's all in this police report, all right? So this is what they're coming into my stream with. Phantom Void says, it's funny his name has the word asylum in it, considering these actions are signs of someone who needs to be institutionalized. The best case scenario, honestly, would be for him to admit to some degree of being unwell, right? Because I don't need him, like, he doesn't need to admit to anything. If he says, I have made a mistake, I need to distance myself and work on myself and actually go talk to someone, that would be the best case scenario, because dude, even I need to talk to someone at this point, right? After all of this crap, even I need to talk to someone, but he definitely does. He definitely does. So at this point, they are talking about a police report, and one of the accounts even changed the name to Army CBRN, which was this guy. That changed it back later to Cringe Alert TV to say all these things about IPs, and he says he went to my Twitch streams and they're very boring and all of that stuff, and then Cassandra then uses this to twist the narrative on X. This other account shows up, by the way, that is impersonating his son. He then later tells me that this is not his son's account, so it all of a sudden disappears off the internet. So this account is no longer available. But when it was available, they were very outraged by my comments when I said, they told me your mom got banged against a cop car last night and that you watched and sold her pics online. You know why I did that? Because they were coming into my stream saying all these outrageous things. And I was like, okay, let me say something outrageous back, right? So that's what I did. Something about his mom and pictures online, like literally saying crap out there, right? The same sort of things that he was putting out there as well. I was just giving back the same sort of energy. And then Cassandra, she twists this, saying that I have somehow offended his son, okay? I have somehow offended his son because this Cringe Alert changed his name from Army CBRN to Cringe Alert, and I somehow, because of that name change, have offended his son, right? So now his son, which is not his son, says, okay, wait.
Maria super chatted $12.86. iVixey stop being nice and not acknowledge that he is a dangerous mentally ill old man and you're a victim. No normal person that falls in love online behaves this way.
I can't go as far as saying, well, yes, I agree. Someone who loves someone else does not act this way. 100%. I know this person never loved me to begin with, right? I 100% know that because this is twisted, this is sick, and this is not love. It is not. And I realize that now. But is love not possible when you make a connection online with someone? I cannot deny that because it has happened to me, okay? Because my social life has been so much online that I have connected with people. I have formed friendships with people. But this is not what that is. This is 100% not what that is. This person has probably never experienced love in their lives, you know? And that is sad to say. Okay, so his son that is not his son says, WTF is this shit, and who the fuck is trying to say there are me? Vixey, why are you saying stuff about my mother like that? Would you like me talking about what I know about you, right? So this is, I think, the first instance where we're getting some sort of threatening attitude from his son, but apparently it's not his son, so what can I say? And then Cassandra goes and says, now you are seeing iVixey for what she is. I am sure if your dad worked with her, he knows a face or a name. I'm sure you do too. What is that? What is that, Cassandra? You're literally asking his son to dox me? What? I'm sure your dad has a face or a name? What does that matter to you, buddy? Also, let me make sure to thank Maria. Thank you so much for the 11 euros in this case. Holy crap, you're from over here, from this side of things. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, she also has a lot of screenshots of the chat and purged messages and claims I do not let anyone talk and delete comments. So this is actually something that goes against what I believe, right? The fact that I let Cassandra talk as much as she has in this chat until she started sharing information that is sensitive, that I don't want out there. Until then, she was able to talk as much as she wanted, right? I am very adamant on letting people talk and say their truth. But when you're harassing, when you're saying things that are simply not true, then that is where I draw the line, right? At that point, your name gets hidden and you get blocked. Yes. So somehow she also has the exact perspective of one of her alts, or one of his alts, right? Because this AGG playtester was one of the main people in that chat that day that were trying to blame me for something related to the dogs. And somehow she has the exact perspective of this account having been blocked, you know? So, bye, Phoenix. Okay. I was a tipster fan? Wait, what? Hello? Who? Huh? What? Who's that? That's why I said Gamers is like an old man tipster. Oh, like old man tipster. I don't know what that is. Vixey was the first of possible many to join his goth mommy harem. I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know that one. She then continues on X claiming to know what's in this police report. All right, this is an interesting story too, because this one gets quite crazy, all right? So, not the tip. Cassandra goes and says, you are wrong, iVixey. We can tell where it came from. The report was released in a Discord server. Unlike yours, they aren't allowed to take it to other servers to post. The message threatening the Gamers Asylum has the same ISP as a member on your server. It did come from someplace that can be identified, and you swept it and denied accountability before the report was released. You even blamed the Gamers Asylum because he was doxxed. People like Zay Zooted and the real Rastov need to be aware of who you are before letting you on. So she was like actively trying to paint me in a certain light so that LCU hosts would not allow me on their panel, right? But at the same time, Cassandra had all this information that was in the police report. So what did I do, guys? I think this comes after, but what do I do, right? This police report that supposedly the Gamers Asylum has access to, how does Cassandra know so much, right? And has all these things to say about ISPs and messages and Discord and whatever, right? So I asked the Gamers Asylum, how does Cassandra have this? And what does he say? Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look into that. What did he find? He found that one of his family members, or someone associated to his family, was innocently gave Cassandra access to the police report. That was his story. That a family member that went to pick up the police report accidentally gave it to Cassandra. Anyway, that was his explanation for how Cassandra had all this information. I know, Spuddy. I know. She also claims that gamers joining the stream at one point is what saved my views and made it a lot better. Oh yeah. Because that same stream that I was being given a hard time from his alts, at some point, like after an hour in or so, Gamers Asylum comes in and he saves the stream, guys. He drops a bunch of gifted memberships and he donates and he has like Steam keys and stuff to give. And so he really saved my stream that day because I had like, I don't know, maybe 40 views and it went up to 80 or whatever because he was there. He really truly saved my stream that night. Anyway, so she goes and says, I have to ask Gamers Asylum, why the fuck you went in there and saved iVixey? She didn't break 50 viewers until news got out that you were there for the end. Why give your vibe and energy to someone that clearly doesn't care about anyone, much less you, other than herself? It was clear by the way she was talking to people at the start of the stream. People who love you were there supporting you and you saved her. Why? People who loved you. Huh. Interesting phrasing. So they loved him, huh? This AGG guy loved him, and this Cringe Alert TV loved him? Okay. At this point, a lot of his alts started expressing opinions on my content, specifically pointing out that the content is lacking TGA, right? And here comes that creator again. That creator, the content creator that she wanted to work with Gamers Asylum. She comes back, and she says, I have been a content creator for a long time, and I think you are misleading her. Everyone can see the numbers and tracking websites are pretty clear. Even after going on Keem's show, she is flailing. To work with Keemstar, she will ruin her career. Going alone, she will into obscurity. There was an undeniable electricity between the two of you. There goes that again. You could see it when she never missed one of your chats or the way she talked about you in interviews. There was a mystery. No one has seen you. No one has seen her. It made everything fun to speculate about a possible relationship. The sweetness she had and the edginess you are known for mixed so well. The pair was a drama inside of a drama. Now, even with you in the chat, the magic is gone. The old streams were fun and exciting for different reasons. People watched you, see how you both would work together against Becky. We believed the two of you could stand against her and win. Now that hope is lost. Becky wins the moment she comes back. For a while, you both seemed like heroes. Then another account shows up. And this account claims to be part of my Twitch channel, right? Because they can't all be part of the drama sphere, right? Some of them have to be my side, you know? Because remember, guys, I have 100 plus viewers doing drama. I have only 30 doing Twitch content, right? So we have to remember at least one out of those 30 has to come up and say something at some point, right? And that was this account. Something about us two working together being amazing. And then on October 4th, they say, I love seeing you and gamers still working together sometimes. I wish it was back the way it was when it started. You were both so high on each other. The channel worked because both of you were working together, and now it feels rushed and dry. The last Becky and Lisi weren't good. So they're going out of their way to say that, you know, everything that I do without him is just so bad. The viewers do not compare. The content does not compare. I'm just not good enough without him. And that is a narrative that they were spinning, right? And she goes back to the test.
Bullzeeb super chatted $10. Bro really made a fan fiction about his donations.
Yo, yes he did. Bullzeeb, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. Let me end that. And this account goes on to say, am I the only one that remembers this? This was the prime of iVixey TV. She was confident and proud. She had Gamers Asylum supporting her with everything. I have seen that he still does, but it feels hollow since they said they were no longer a team. I want them back again. And then a few days later, she goes and says, it looks like Roxy dropped the ball with Gamers Asylum this morning. Half hour of him talking about show plans has drawn more views than a lot of episodes in your series after the split. maybe it is time to consider what he brought to the table when you relaunch. Holy crap, right? So he is now saying when he took over Roxy's stream and went live on her channel to say, oh, we're doing all of these really crazy shows with Roxy and Paige and Lillian, it's gonna be so much fun. They're going out of their way to say that that show got more views than me without him. Okay? That's how far he's taking this. Because, you know, views and numbers and then this other content creator goes and says, I have to agree with Cassandra. You and gamers are in the same space and too closely associated with him, having established YouTubers willing to stream with him, which is her as well, obviously. She's an established content creator, even though if you go to her her page on X, it has absolutely no followers, right? But I guess she uses another X account that is more popular, or maybe she's not popular on X. Maybe all of her popularity comes from another platform. Who knows, right? I think it would be great with gamers and you, but you also need to focus on other stuff going stale. So they're literally going out of their way to say that my content is not good enough without him. This content, the other person goes back and says they don't even work together anymore, and you can tell in the content going downhill. So they keep throwing this narrative out there, right? At one point, unrelated to Gamers Asylum, there's a YouTube channel. This is another crazy story that starts here, right? This is another twist of events. Let me tell you what happened here. At one point, unrelated to the Gamers Asylum, there is a YouTube channel that emerges with heavily filtered videos from my old channel where I used to face cam. These felt threatening, and I was scared someone was going to reveal my face without me having any control over it. So imagine this, guys. This new channel pops up on YouTube, and the only post that they have is shorts of my face on my old channel, but heavily filtered, right? And I don't know what to make of this. It feels like they're threatening to show my face. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know where they're gonna take it. And I'm extremely uncomfortable at this point, right? My old face. Crap! I just doxed myself, because that's the word we're using, right? For every little thing. Anyway, of course, obviously, the Gamers Asylum sprung into action. When he understood where it was coming from, we created a group conversation with Thick Gemini and Cece. I found out later that he claims to have spent $2K to keep these videos from coming out. So, Thick Gemini and Cece denied this was ever the case. Okay, so what happened here, guys? Cece, who is in chat, created this YouTube channel with heavily filtered shorts of my old content. And this is something that Cece has publicly shared. She did it to protect Becky because she wanted the stranger videos off, right? These stranger videos, if you were part of that narrative, you saw these videos, they were pretty aggressive, right? And Becky feeling the way that she was feeling, I'm sure she's going through a whole thing on her end. So Cece was trying to defend Becky and getting these stranger videos to not exist because they felt very threatening. So I did not know this was the purpose of these videos. I just felt really uncomfortable and I didn't know where they were taking it. So at some point we had a conversation, a group conversation between Thick Gemini, Cece, Gamers Asylum, and me, right? And I have a video of this. Cece and Thick Gemini were kind enough to take a video of this group conversation. So Cece and they say hello. So I take it that you made the Lockout Asylum channel. Cece says yes. I appreciate you telling me. I get your intent, and I'm not upset with that. I am curious how you found old clips of iVixey. Was purely to get her to stop dogging on Becky. That's what it was so heavily edited, to make 100% sure nobody could be able to clean it up. I've been trying to find out who is behind the shadow account, as Becky was wanting to take her PD. Okay, I just stumbled on her old stuff along the way. I was just very disappointed that iVixey gave him a platform. That's on her channel owner, the talk about choking her. Right, so there was concern from CC, police department, sorry, thank you. So there was concern from CC's side because there was something about choking, but I don't think it was a physical thing. The choking was like a metaphor. But anyway, I understand that CC saw these videos as being very threatening towards Becky. And obviously in her position, she doesn't know how much power this person has. This person is hiding behind a hooded figure. So she's just trying to protect Becky by putting my videos out there. Not that I agree with any of this, but you know, that is where she was coming from. Oh. So at this point, I'm added to conversation. If it's about Vixie's info, I don't need to know it personally. Oh, and then he mentions the doxing. No one knows if the doxing came from iVixie's Discord. I had to leave all of them when they took my phone, and it breaks my heart because there are some great people in there. So here he's trying to understand where the doxing came from. Even though realistically it doesn't make sense for it to be related to videos of me, but you know, he's putting those together for some reason. I own my shit more than can be said for other people in this, for sure, 100%, 100%. Okay, so Run, who owns that account through Google AI, it's a hijacked account for another entity. I never thought to do that. Looking for the info on you right away. I'll call with her. Okay, so they're talking about the other account, but I don't think it ends up being anything. Have you noticed that the Cassandra account is the only one who mentions any of this stuff? I've seen others, but hers is the one with the most. She's been harassing Becky for months. She will dox her, say something from an alt, and then she will hop on the main account to talk about it. So at this point, they already see that there's like some connection between Cassandra and other alts, not yet associating it to Gamers Asylum. At some point, they talk about this Reddit group. I was really quiet during these conversations, particularly in the beginning, because I was very upset about what CC had done with the videos. From my perspective, at this point, with the stranger videos, I was just like calling Becky out for her to show up and have a conversation with the Gamers Asylum. I would never have chosen the type of wording and attitude and tone that he took in the videos, but obviously I have to take accountability for putting that content on my channel, right? So even though I wasn't directly using that tone towards Becky, I was putting that on my channel and representing it in a way. So I still don't understand why Keem allowed that nutcase on streams and Discord. Yeah, well, he has his own plans with him, right? I get that in a way. It's drama, it's content, so I get it. I get where he's coming from. Right, so then I try to understand the choking aspect, because I didn't see any of the wording as like choking. We discussed the horror cow aspect because I call her a horror cow, and they don't agree with that. Trying to get to the part of the subreddit, because at some point after these videos came out, there is this subreddit that shows up, and the subreddit is called Project Pixel Tits, and Pixel Tits is what CC called me in these videos that were heavily filtered. So Project Pixel Tits, supposedly their whole purpose was to find out more information about me, which was honestly very scary, right? This whole group gathering in a private Reddit, talking about me and trying to find old content and discussing people involved and sharing links and sharing pictures and potentially I don't know what, right? So there was this Reddit created, and Cece said she had no part in that. She only had part in the YouTube channel that was created. So someone else would have created this subreddit with the purpose of looking into my content. Somehow, the Gamers Asylum thought that there was another extra reason to look into the subreddit because he was afraid that his doxing also was associated to the... I don't know why he keeps associating his doxing with all of this pixel tits stuff, but he does, right? So what does he do? He goes in and he pays Lord Rush, which was a whole thing over on the LCU as well. He goes and pays Lord Rush to look into this private Reddit, right? He pays him to look into this private Reddit because he thinks there might be information about his docs, as well as help me stop my face reveal. So he's like white knighting at this point, right? He's like, I'm gonna protect you. I don't want this face reveal to come out. I know that you're really uncomfortable. It sucks to be in your shoes right now. So yeah. So he's really going and putting an extra effort and not sleeping at night and stressing himself out to death and, you know, like going lengths and lengths and lengths to look into this subreddit to try to keep things from coming out, right? And Cece at this point, we talk about the subreddit in the group conversation, so she actually goes and tries to join the subreddit. And this was actually a very disturbing screenshot that Cece shared with me. When I read this, I was very disturbed because, so Cece goes and says, I'd like to join, please. And then the project Pixel Tits mods goes back and says, not that easy, Foxo, right? And this is not the first time that he has pretended to be someone else and called me Foxo, right? Because that's not him. That's not the Gamers Asylum calling me that, but he strategically used that expression because my community calls me that. Some of my community members called me Foxo. And so Cece goes and says, do I look like a cartoon? No, seriously. And then he responds back and says, it isn't a fan club and you have to bring something to the table. We have access a lot of information and footage, so you understand why we can't just let anyone in. We have a passcode or a buy-in. What is, and then they use my real name, my first real name, okay? They use my real first name to say, what is her last name? And then goes and says, or show us some proof you have something like unedited footage. So at this point, Cece is being made to put in some evidence of knowing something about me to contribute to this private Reddit. Oh, water, yes. Coffee has water. Water. You can hear it in my voice, can't you? All right, so this was very disturbing because the way that they were using my first name and they were asking for my last name, and it was very disturbing to read this screenshot. I was very uncomfortable. So at some point, so Gamers Asylum is actively looking into subreddit, right? There's supposed to be a report at some point, which he never shared with me, by the way. But it includes several names in it that supposedly participated in this subreddit. The names include Savage, Becky, Cece, and community members of mine. Later, not in the first report, later, Nemesis' name also gets put in there. Supposedly because before it was not the final report. So he says that at some point he says Nemesis' name was not in there because it was not the final report. That's how he justified him not being in there in the first report, right? So that's convenient since he wanted to blame Nemesis for the leak of my old channel. So he was talking to Nemesis at this point. That's where he shared the report, not with me, who mattered the most to know this information, but it was with Nemesis. So he shared the initial report with Nemesis where his name was not there. Later, conveniently, Nemesis' name was in there in the final report because he was trying to blame everything on Nemesis. And for context, guys, Nemesis had become a close friend to the Gamers Asylum. We now know that TGA often confided in him regarding his relationship with me, the same he did with Roxy, and he would share conversations, DMs, and even a picture of me at some point. Okay? So he shared a picture of me that I shared with him in private with Nemesis. At one point, I confronted the Gamers Asylum about what looks like a major security breach. Cassandra often knows details about private conversations between me and him, as well as details regarding content plans. So like, she was talking about like dockets and she constantly knew information that could only have come from our private conversation. So I confronted him about this. She reached out to Thick Gemini, for example, at one point, saying things like, Beck, thank you so much for the $7.99. I appreciate you. So Cassandra goes and reaches out to Thick Gemini, and she goes and says, you may want to warn Becky that Vixey is planning on using her 5-hour stream titled Answering All of Your Questions the next 2 weeks. It would be hilarious if that video was made members only right before Vixey's stream so that she couldn't prepare and has left holding her dick in her hands, right? Because, you know, have a big schlong. And then I think Gemini goes and says, do you know the title specifically? And she goes and says, yes, it's Answering All Your Questions. So Thick Gemini goes and puts it behind a membership tier. And then she goes and says, I think you should wait until her stream starts. If Vixey tells too much, they're going to go to fat cam videos and feature Becky getting down on her knees to one of Gamer's super chats. How the frick does she know that? How would she know what we're gonna go through during my stream, right? And then she goes and says, they don't have that docket written for fat camp yet. Pfft, okay. But they do the one of the stream that was changed to members only. Change it to members only right before Vixey's show starts. That way she isn't prepared at all. And Chick Gemini, you know, he doesn't want me to have an easy time with my content, which is understandable. So he locks it behind a membership. And then she goes and like, how is Vixey playing that stream? Because at this point, I'm doing my live stream on Becky with a video with no problems, right? And then Thick Gemini is like, I don't know. So what happened was the Gamers Asylum downloaded that video from Becky's end so that I could stream this content. So obviously, you know, he ends up being the hero of the story. Thankfully, he had downloaded the stream beforehand, saving the day once again. He saved the day once again by being super prepared, by being the best manager in the world, guys. Anyway. So, shortly after the security breach, the Gamers Asylum fires his maid after finding out that she was related to Cassandra. So, you know, his solution to Cassandra knowing all this private information is firing his maid, because clearly that's how this information went out there, right? Cassandra knows all these private conversations between me and Gamers Asylum because of the maid! The maid was involved too because it was a relative of Cassandra's. Wild stuff, man. He has, every time that, you know, an issue comes up, he has some way to just fix it. So the maid was supposedly working and screenshotting private conversations while she was cleaning his house or whatever, or his office. I don't know exactly what the story is. And she was going on his computer and getting all this information for Cassandra. Yeah, she was checking the mail on Sundays. Exactly. Yeah, good point. All right. The birth of a new YouTube series. Okay, so when he was distanced from my content, what did he do? He went over to Roxy. He put his full effort and energy into Roxy, right? So at one point, he finds refuge in her, and he goes and takes over her channel with big plans to make several shows. So he literally uses these words too. He goes on X and says, "It has been made official. The takeover of Roxy's channel has begun." These are strong words, man. This is her channel, right? But the takeover has started, guys. She can go and do her own thing because the Gamers Asylum is here, guys. He is going to save her channel too. Hostile takeover. All right. I have always wanted to help talented people reach their dreams. During a brief forced hiatus, the Asylum has been built. A server of larger creators helping smaller ones, the smaller ones sharing ideas and growing together, and a place for viewers to meet these new talents, and the creators to meet new viewers. I want to do what Becky Boo preached about, but could never bring herself to do. So, something that he praised Becky for when she started the channel this last time around, with Queen Supreme and everything, and she wanted to do the tryouts to bring on new people. What she was doing, but the right way, right? He was doing it the right way. Well, he never got anywhere. Shortly after, this all goes down the drain. The full launch began with the announcement that I will be managing the Roxy Unfiltered channel, being allowed to make changes where I saw them needed, and being able to propose new ideas. That led to Roxy having more stable IRL streaming source and 2 new shows being created to run on her channel for new creators rated Roxy and the Lolcow Wranglers. More plans for more content with better production and new concepts, more announcements coming soon. I just wish I had my advisor. I'm not sure what he means with his advisor. Could it be me? I don't know. All right, you're convinced. What are you convinced about? Tell me more, please. Share this revelation with me. All right, okay, so he forced a Discord on a community that never wanted one, introduced ideas that he weren't comfortable with, and putting himself at the top of the pyramid. And I am referring to what he did with Roxy's channel. He made a Discord. He was never comfortable with having one. And like I said, this is not my story to tell, but I'll just, from my perspective, this is what I was seeing. Roxy can absolutely go live and tell her side of the story. I would love to hear her side, actually, of what happened. Ass stretcher, holy crap. Right. This was very confusing because this quickly went sideways. Roxy left the server after disagreement with Gamers Asylum. I'm not privy of the inside information of this, so Roxy will have to tell us. But yeah, there was this takeover, right? And then the Discord server, and he brought in so many different accounts into that Discord server that Roxy did not identify. She could not understand who these people were, but he was bringing all these accounts into a Discord called the Asylum, right? So at some point, oh yeah, more drink. Okay. One night, Army reaches out to me on Discord, mentions my old channel handle, so it feels threatening, right? His attitude is aggressive and threatening. He asked me to a group conversation with him, Gamers Asylum, and Nemesis. I have access to the conversation prior to me joining, so I read through it. In this conversation, he calls me out, calls me names, says I'm ungrateful, and alludes to me not knowing the extent of what his dad has done for me, including paying off CC $2,000 to stop my face reveal from happening. So this was never something that he told me, but apparently, probably part of his $7,000 that he spent on me, right? $2,000 went to try to stop my face reveal from happening. When I joined this conversation, wait, what's up, Pirate? CC denies this from happening, and so does Stick Gemini, by the way. There was never any $2,000. When I join, the Gamers Asylum is supposedly unable to type because he's puking his guts out, all right? This is very important because this group conversation includes Nemesis, Army, TGA, and me, okay? Not that many people, but somehow, The Gamers Asylum is not able to type at the moment because he's puking his guts out, all right? He's puking his guts out, so he can't type. So who's typing? Army's typing. His son is typing to me. And he's saying things like, what does my dad mean to you? Because if you don't tell me, I'm not going to help you any further. I'm not going to be a part of this. And so, he insists that I tell him what his dad means to me. Right? Very important to him somehow. And I'm like, sorry, that's none of your business. So before I leave this conversation, because of him being so incredibly aggressive towards me, before I leave the conversation, I ask Nemesis if he's noticed that they never type at the same time. Because Nemesis is like, he's in it, right? The things that Army and TGA are feeding him are so insane that I'm like, dude, Nemesis, I know you're real. I know you're not an alt. So I'm like, Nemesis, have you noticed this? Notice that they never type at the same time? So that's when I leave the conversation and I have Nemesis thinking about this, right? Without me there, Army then threatens to leak the information. I unfriend both of them on Discord so that they can't send me any messages. But the last I hear is that Army is threatening to leak my information. Whew. Nemesis then reaches out to me because he's confused. Like, yeah, I noticed that they don't type at the same time, but there's always a plausible reason for this happening. So Nemesis slowly figures out that the Gamers Asylum has been lying to him and manipulating him. A big part of this was when, in the group conversation where I'm no longer a part of, the Gamers Asylum eventually shares a screenshot of this James Handle. Remember, James Handle, one of these accounts that you've seen before, right? So James Handle ends up going on X, and the Gamers Asylum shares a screenshot of him leaking my information. So the link is out. James Handle goes on X, says, this is iVixey's old channel, and then he links it, right? And it was up long enough for him to take a screenshot. And someone to take a screenshot that conveniently was sent to the Gamers Asylum. The tweet was no longer up at this point, but it was up enough for someone to take a screenshot and for the Gamers Asylum to post it. And this was sort of like a threat, I guess. Like, look what I have, look what I'm capable of. Like, be careful, Cassandra gets a hold of this link as well. Yo, good to go now. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. Where are we? Cassandra gets a hold of this as well, even though, the link was only there for, I don't know how long, not very long enough for a screenshot to be taken. So Cassandra takes a hold of this link somehow and starts sharing with literally everybody I know, as well as everyone who believes she can spread this information further. So this was full-on harassment, guys. Full-on harassment. Cassandra goes to Ruby Spacek, which I'm not sure if she's still in the chat, but she can confirm this. She goes to everyone and shares this link of my old channel, hoping that it goes out there, right? Because Cassandra's reach is very minimal. You'll see her tweets don't have much reaction and engagement at all. So she has to go out there. She makes to have an extra effort to go to all these people that know me to try to spread this information, right? So she spreads the link. She puts the link wherever she can. Ruby's Ruby, I think, at this point. I'm just kidding. So yeah, this felt extremely threatening and uncomfortable to me because I all of a sudden felt completely out of control of my face reveal, right? I felt like there was nothing I could do. I felt completely cornered, and in no control of my own face reveal. It was horrible. I felt so stressed out and anxious about this. So I'm in panic mode. I'm contemplating doing a face reveal of my own to try to take control back. And before I do anything crazy, I end up friending the Gamers Asylum back and asking for a phone call. And in this phone call, I'm like, because before I do anything crazy, right, I want to try to see if I can convince him to stop. Just please stop, right? So I'm like, I'm calling him and I'm like, please, I know you're Cassandra, just please stop, right? So I'm like, I'm trying everything. I'm trying to make him understand how horrible I'm feeling and trying to reach out to his human side, right? And I'm like, please stop doing this. I just want peace and quiet. Just leave me alone, right? And I'm like, I know you're Cassandra. And he obviously continues to deny it. And he says he's going to meet up with Cassandra. And that's how he's going to prove to me that it's not him. So this is where he shares a private conversation between him and Cassandra. Oh, okay. This is where he shares a private conversation between him and Cassandra trying to plan this meetup, right? So she goes and says, can you get person back in with Roxy? He says he doesn't like being stuck with the cartoon and you forced him out. So she is referring to Nemesis at this point. And so Gamers Asylum is what? Nemesis? And she's like, who the fuck else would it be? And then he goes, you know, I'll have to say that he didn't do something that I believe he did. So at this point, he's fully convinced that Nemesis is behind a bunch of leaks, right? You know, I will have to say that he didn't do something that I believe he did. I don't like lying to people. Anyway, I don't like lying to people that put their trust in me in the way Roxy does. Oh, yeah, no, I swear I wasn't dying from lack of water. I was just like making a sound. Okay, and then he goes, you know, I will have to say that he didn't do something that I believe. Okay. And then she goes, I want Nemesis back in with Roxy. And I don't know what they're trying to pull here. I think he's trying to like bury Nemesis further, trying to like make him seem like a bad guy here. I don't know. And then he goes and says, that would be up to Roxy. I have never been able to make her do anything or stop her from doing something. Well, that's not true. But, you know, he did have that power after all. I'll explain the whole Discord thing and the other things he wanted to do so badly. And I told him along as other wanted to do it. I'm cool with it. I can't wait to tell my story. 100%, Roxy. I can't wait to hear it. Water! And there are so many people like super invested in this too, right? Because this goes so far. Like this one person goes so far to paint a narrative. It's just so insane that obviously, you know, a lot of people are super curious about what's going on. And then she goes and says, find a way. Aren't you Mr. Finesse? And then he's like, no, I'm just good at getting everyone what they want. There are some things I don't have access to. And Nemesis is currently making it hard for me to get him back in with Roxy, even if I wanted to. Next time, beer. I don't like beer, but I'll figure something out. And she goes, find a way. And then he goes, I have a call with Roxy later. I will take the heat, but I can't make promises. So this is actually something that he's done previously, right? He's like, I'll take the heat. I'm like, I'll put myself vulnerable and sacrifice myself for the bigger cause, right? He's done this several times. Like, I don't mind being the bad guy. Please. Yes, you do. The biggest thing you want to avoid is being the bad guy. But, you know, that's what he says. And then he goes like, is that what you want for us to meet and get to the bottom of this? If it is, I'm willing to do it. And then she goes, what about I record it so I can send it to Cece? Another weird narrative, right? And then he goes, you want to send it to Cece? Why? What does Cece have to do with any of this? I need to know this part now and not later. And she goes, Cece has everything to do with everything. You can't think that Becky's cartoon was going to be allowed to walk away scot-free, do you? And then he goes, please stop with the cartoon shit. iVixey's the person behind the model, and she is hurting. I want an end to this now. And then he's like, please, be human. Fucking be human, he says to Cassandra. And then she's like, you were the one that hurt her. All you had to do was support Becky. Instead, you ran off and tried making the cartoon the star. She could have went back to Twitch and no one would have cared. Why do you care? Look how she treats you. You give everything and everyone knows she can't stand you. Nemesis says she blocked you on everything and kicked you from her Discord. Sounds like you have nothing to gain. Why go through this? Cartoon done effed up. Bruce Wayne up. That's what he calls him. Well, that's what she calls him, Bruce Wayne. That's also what she says when she meets him for the first time. And he goes goes, I'm done with this business, or I leave and just block you again. Tomorrow I will meet you at the park sometime after noon. You can record and send it to Cece, and I will record and keep myself safe. Deal? And she goes, I will give you a time tomorrow. And then he goes, I want the post down now, because, you know, my links are all over her profile. They are not fair, and we're going to talk tomorrow. If we're going to talk tomorrow. She goes like, I want the lookout hoodie! I want your hoodie! And then she's like, everything I have now, but new things depend on tomorrow. I will bring the hoodie when we meet tomorrow. I want to post down now. If they go back up, Nemesis, a family member of his comes in to talk to you. Am I understood? No games. I want your autograph on it, she says. And he goes, it is autographed by all the locals. Mine would just ruin it. So he's like still protecting the integrity of this hoodie, right? He's saying that he's going to give her this hoodie, but he's still keeping the integrity of the hoodie intact. Like you want the hoodie, but you shouldn't want my autograph because it's so much better without my autograph, right? It's gonna ruin it if I put my autograph on it. And then she's like, that makes it complete. I'm going to give it to Becky. And then he goes, fine, I will sign it. Message me tomorrow with the time and where to meet in the park. You better not be pulling any shit. Right? The hoodie, why? Yo, I do not know, man. I never believed a word he said about Nemesis. The more lies he told on him, the more I seen through his lies. Yeah, I was thankful that, you know, Nemesis had a certain reputation with you, which made it harder for you to believe things that he was saying about him. Yo, yeah, it's like so wild. All right, so at this point, Roxy reached out to me, saying that she is suspicious about some of the things that she's noticed about the accounts and stuff, and about the game's Asylum, and wants to hear my side. So Nemesis and I get in a call with her and tell her mostly everything we know. She is confused, but tells that she believes us. She leaves the call with plans to talk to the Gamers Asylum that night and let us know after. We hear nothing from her at this point until the next day she goes live on her channel. So I'm guessing the talk with the Gamers Asylum made her feel more confused, and all of a sudden our side probably, you know, she believed probably there was some truth. You can tell me otherwise, but you felt confused and you weren't exactly ready to 100% back Nemesis and I on what we were saying. So we don't hear anything from Roxy until the next day. On Roxy's stream, she talks about our conversation. Says she's still confused and wants people with information to come up and talk about it. So I feel forced to go up and defend myself because at this point I'm mentioned, right? And I had not mentioned this call with anybody. She did on her stream. And so I felt like I needed to go up there. And that was this stream that, you know, a lot of you might have seen.
Hi everybody, oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. I missed you guys so much. Okay, let's see. We have, okay, Cinnamon, Chinaman, crazy too, but it grows thick-wise. The length, it takes a long time. Like seriously, his thoughts and his dreams and his work are not something that I wanted. I didn't want the responsibility. Number one, everybody knows damn well I did not want a Discord. For the love of God,
I do love her hair. I do love her hair. It's good stuff. It's very pretty. The shorter cut really, it looks good on her.
Did not want a Discord. So thank you so much, Splitfires. Thank you. So I'll go back to the comments in 1 second, just so I can get this out. So he ended up doing just a little Discord.
Thank you, Lasting Opinion, for the 10 gifted. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all these gifted coming in because now without the support of the Gamers Asylum, my stream will crash and burn, and all of your little gifted memberships will help me out so much because I might be losing my channel.
Just for the mods to be able to have a place to talk and just for me to have little meetings with them. It started with that, which I was fine with because there was nothing on the side. There was no main chats. There was none of that. Then he went from that to, well, let me open up a whole Discord and
I might be able to pay my electricity bill with that. Thank you.
So I told him, look, take the shit out of my name. If you want to do that, fine, put it in your name. I want no part of it at all. I know how messy Discords can be. I know how bad they can be. No matter how much security is there, and some Discords are great.
I am going homeless and hungry. I am. Oh my god. I will need to borrow money from mom again, you know?
It's just the ones I have experienced, especially in the LCU. The LCU has probably the most top-notch security there is, and probably one of the safest Discords there is. But you still get the bad actors, you know, and that YouTubers as mods, you know, take a link. I know that he has that one that kept going off for like what 20 minutes.
A lot longer than you've known iVixey, right?
Yes, I have a lot longer.
Killing me when trying to leave the parking lot. I'm so sorry. Ah, man. Yeah. Maybe Cassandra can help.
A lot longer. And he's always been good to you.
Yes, always.
Okay.
I had to be sure to do my part to make up for billionaire playboy philanthropist gamers asylum. And I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. Without these things, I'll go homeless.
So the way I see it is these Discords, they're evil. Okay.
I know.
They really are. So
Like, I understand Roxy's reluctance with like having a Discord, because when she's not what do you call it? She's not online all day like a lot of us, right? So she cannot control what's going on in Discords. Yo, the Gooners Asylum is in the chat! I love that picture! I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that picture. It's so good!
you need to definitely.
I'm going to have to take out a loan from the Bank of Mom, yes. I don't know how you're handling all of this, but I can't even imagine how you're feeling, because this really took a toll on my baby. Me too, Roxy. Holy crap. And, you know, the start of the losing of trust has been a while back now, you know, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And at some point I remember, and some of the people here will remember this too. At some point I went live and I was crying because I could not handle the stress. And I was not comfortable. I was not motivated. I felt horrible. I felt completely broken. And it was reflecting on my content. I was not able to stream anymore. I had to take a forced break, which I never do. I don't take breaks. I'm a workaholic. I don't take breaks. But I felt forced to take a break because I was feeling so horrible about all of this. And I had nobody to talk to. I had nobody to talk to because I felt like I was giving Gamers Asylum 1 chance, 2 chance, 3 chance, 4 chance. I was giving him so many chances. And I didn't want to badmouth him to anybody. And I felt like I was so alone in it, you know?
No matter what happens, you need to take gamers aside. You need to take.
So this is what was happening on her channel when she went live. Like, I don't know Brenda, but she was saying that, you know Gamers Asylum longer than you know iVixey. You know him much better. You're much closer to him, so you should believe his side, you know? And that, I believe that's what Roxy was, like, leaning towards, because it's easier to believe a friend. It's easier to believe someone you've trusted for so long, you know? And I get that perspective 100%.
Side?
Yeah.
Well, listen. This is what I did. Okay, me, Lillian, and Paige, we got into a call. Well, actually, me and Paige got into a call, and I heard Gamer's story. I heard him out. I did, and it does make sense what he's saying. It's not fair.
You know, he is so good. That is why this kept going for so long, because he was so good at making himself like vulnerable and saying that he was so confused and he didn't do anything wrong. And it got me, and it got Roxy, and it got Nemesis every single time.
That Vixie is wanting him to like prove this and prove that. I know that's not fair.
This is a narrative that he has also went with, right? The narrative that I wanted him to prove himself after I lost trust in him. Like I told you guys earlier, I gave him a choice. He didn't have to prove himself, but I did not want to be friends with someone who was lying to me, who was not telling me the full story. And I gave him so many chances without, like, you know, yeah. I felt in a position where, yes, if he wanted to meet me, there would have to be proof. Yes, I was in a position where there was so many contradictions that I needed him to prove himself. And I don't regret any of that. None of it. I was in a position where there were so many things, so many red flags. He should have stepped up and proven me otherwise.
But then it's like when we asked him, I guess it was, he told Paige that Lillian and Paige were being talked about bad in Vixie server.
And then there's that as well, right? Every step of the way, he goes and starts crap like, oh, they're talking about Lillian and Paige on iVixey server. What? What? Of course, never any screenshots. But he just starts to sort of trouble, and people take him for face value. They believe him without any proof, without any receipts. They just keep believing him, saying that we're talking about Paige and Lillian and on my server. Not even once.
None of us
Not one screenshot, exactly.
are in Vixie server.
But it's not like he's not comfortable making screenshots, because when it is convenient to him, there are plenty of screenshots, right? So it's not like he has a policy against no screenshots, because he's still doing them. Just when he has actually anything to show, obviously.
So when Lillian or when Paige asked, "Can you just show me gamers, so I know who it was? Can you show me?" But he couldn't show her messages. And also, when we asked him, I guess something to do with this Cassandra lady that is against iVixey is like going hard for iVixey. I guess iVixey is asking him to go and prove that this Cassandra is not gamers or some shit like that.
Hey, BB Phil, I'm wondering how you feel, because I think you're real. I'm not 100% sure, but he has mentioned you several times, and he says you guys are like somewhat friends. What is your opinion on everything? I think you're real. I mean, I've never heard you. I've never been in a VC with you, but, he does mention you. I think I see you both often in, like, the Wings of Redemption streams. I think you're a big Wings of Redemption fan. Am I real? Guys, I don't know anymore! Oh, he's a real one? All right, cool.
And I didn't want.
That's why I love having these conversations publicly, right? Because we can all give our own our individual perspective on things, instead of just one person going out in there and going, BB Phil is an alt. We just ask, is BB Phil an alt? And then everyone else can give their individual perspective on the matter, instead of just going with it. Am I real? Help me! Oh, it's in DSP retractor streams. Gotcha.
On any part of any of that. But then I get Nemesis telling me
they're claiming that he has a second account and he's been attacking her with the second account.
They're claiming he has about 10 accounts and he's attacking.
Oh, there's so many more, dude. He can never produce a single receipt for anything he spouts.
Them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, as long as LCU has been around and he has been in there, he has never shown up in any account other than his own.
Right, and he's never, ever done anything. And this is what I'm saying, like, this person right there, that whatever that person was, I wanted him up here because Nemesis told me that person...
The Lasting Opinion super chatted $20. You were taken advantage of and handled it with poise, people suck, and people with self-importance are worse. You've changed my thoughts on VTubers. Looking forward to seeing you grow past all this. Keep your chin up, Foxo.
Call me Foxo. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Holy crap. That means a lot to me. That's the thing too, right? I don't want to be judged as a VTuber. I want to be judged as a content creator, despite how I choose to, regardless of how I choose to express myself. So I really do appreciate that. YouTubers are just like content creators like any others. There's bad ones and good ones. I'm not that close with the Gamers Asylum. I just like how active he was on as your manager. I was working on Locale Aussie and Test, and was trying to learn from his management skills. Oh, I'm not sure you should. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that would be the example to follow. I don't know though. You make up your own mind about that.
Person is Gamers Asylum. So that would have been the perfect time to prove Nemesis wrong by saying, look, I'm not Gamers Asylum because this person left comments on my other videos asking me
Curious, who's that? Pescator, who's that? I don't know who that is.
what the hell was going on and address this with this and that. And then Nemesis told me, Roxy, be careful. I think that's Gamers Asylum. So when they came in here, just come up and prove that it's not. Prove that it's not you. That way.
Okay, so you can see where Roxy's coming from on her live stream, right? Let's go forward to when I go on and Gamers goes on, because holy crap, I was not feeling it when I was up there, but when I looked back at this footage, holy crap, I was so uncomfortable. Like I don't want to put this any person who has been yelled at before in like relationships or friendships or whatever will feel what I felt when looking back at this. It was so triggering.
Okay, here goes Paige. DMs are being deleted while he was trying to show them. Okay, here goes Paige. Okay. No. I get little bits and pieces. I can hear you.
You have to select the specific mic and output because StreamYard has its own system.
Yeah, you sound really muffled.
I was so not expecting this today, but I'm glad it's coming out. Like, if this can solve problems, I would love it, and just want to move on. And
I'm so sorry to say that this did not solve any problems. I'm so sorry to say, because at the end of all of this, people were like pushing like us all to get along. Like, that's not, how is that even a possibility, right?
just
Oh, she's another VTuber. I have actually wanted to reach out to other VTubers who do drama, because I would love to like do collabs with other drama. Because I was never super into the gaming collabs with other VTubers and streamers, but the drama, doing like the commentary, like podcast style, I would love that.
get along, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on.
This has to happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, who left? Paige? Lillian? Paige?
No,
Oh,
Lillian.
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 Okay. It says device not connected, Lillian. I don't know if you can hear me. Try to go out and come back in, Lillian. Gabriel, did you get your mic set?
How does it
Oh,
sound
there
now?
you go. Perfect. Yep, you're good. All right. Yes, Dan. All right. So yesterday I was just like I said, gamers. I did not speak to Vixie. I did not speak to Nemesis after we talked. I did not speak to anybody. This is the first time. I was waiting for somebody to tell me something. I don't know where to go from here. And I don't want you guys arguing and fighting. I just, this has to be fixed.
Here's the thing, because I'm really pissed off now.
know.
Things have fucking changed a little. Because today I was going to meet Cassandra because she lives near me.
Mhm.
And I was going to show her that was bullshit. And then I find out she's talking shit.
Who's talking shit?
Vixie, I have spent over $7,000 on her fucking show to sit and say that I would dare fuck myself over like that is such fucking bullshit.
Excuse
Oh.
what?
Don't want me.
Excuse me? In our DMs, you just said that Roxy was lying her ass off.
Yeah, about this. I never told Paige or Lillian they had to do fucking punishments. That was a joke. If Nemesis had his coward ass up here, that bitch would be telling you that I talked to them for about a half an hour to 45 minutes, saying I didn't want them to do anything they were uncomfortable with.
Right, this is that, but
Exactly, Pescator, but it's definitely not about the money. You know, it's definitely not about the money. But he spent time with that. I can't even, right? I can't even. The way he, oh, dude, I have such a hard time hearing this back.
that's the only thing I said. Why would you be pissed off at me about that? They felt uncomfortable about doing the punch stuff. All they wanted to do was do the reactions.
That was always a joke.
Okay, that's fine.
And that was a joke, like the fact that he was pushing content on Paige and Lillian, it all was a joke. But then, you know, oh my god. Oh, so anyway, that was Roxy's stream. It didn't really end with any sort of conclusion. I do think that, you know, a lot of people did not have... It was not a good look for him to go up there and yell at me or at anybody. Nemesis went up there as well and told his side. And this got caught by Lolcow Live, and they did address it the next day. But again, with no receipts. So the only thing they did on live was like, oh, this is what happened on Roxy's stream, where there's also no receipts. And all of a sudden, you know, Gamers Asylum goes up there to defend himself, which he failed at because everyone at the end of it, without my contribution whatsoever, he was up there for, I don't know, 2.5 hours or 2 hours or whatever it may be, trying to defend himself. Without my contribution, he failed at that, right? At the end of all of this, when they went to look at Cassandra's Twitter and everything, they concluded all by themselves that he was these two people, at the very least, right? Plate of Wings says his screaming and exaggerated arm flapping is so funny. I'm sorry you were on there receiving the antidote. Yeah, it's very uncomfortable for me. But it is good to show, I think. Drink more. Yes, yes. Okay, so that night, the Gamers Asylum goes and meets up with Cassandra.
I'll be out there with you.
Is she gonna be okay with that? I'm not gonna show the full thing. It's been showed several times, but it's like wild. Bad acting, yeah.
No?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not know, like, for a long time during Lolcow Live, I wasn't sure if I should go up there or not, because it did not feel like a welcoming environment for me, right? They kept saying, you know, is iVixey going to corroborate with the story, blah, 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 and then it did not feel welcoming at all, right? So I let it play out. They ended up extending the stream. He kept mentioning and defending himself that he went to meet up with Cassandra, so none of this is real. They kept saying that he was Cassandra, and he was like, no, I met up with her, so I'm good. You know, that was his defense the whole way through. So I felt it was necessary for me to go up there specifically to show this video. And I was glad I was able to go up there and ask for his permission to show it. And you know, I don't think he had much of an option at that point. It was kind of a little bit cornered at that point, right? So this was his meetup with Cassandra. And he took his son with him.
Hey, Bruce Wayne, I see you got my sweatshirt.
Calling him Bruce Wayne.
Are those posts staying off?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Why do you care if the post stays?
I care because the post staying off gets you. You wanted the sweatshirt for the fucking post to stay off. That's the deal. Are they staying off or are they fucking not?
I don't know who this person is. The only thing I could tell was that it can't be the same person that has a photo on Twitter. Because of the only thing that I can take from this is that she had a pronounced chin, right? She conveniently has a hoodie on over her head. She is conveniently angled in a way that we can't see anymore. So, like, you know, the only thing I could take from this is that she has a pronounced chin, which is not the same person. And I don't think it's a family member. I really don't know, though, who this person is. It's just not who he said she was. I wonder what Gamer's ex-wife, baby mama, thinks it's a scam using her son. We're also going to be talking about the son because after this meetup, I don't want to show this part because it's more, it's a conversation between me and his son. Because at some point they get in the car and I'm still on call and I try to have a conversation with his son. At first through him, because I was in his ear, and then I asked for him to put it on speaker so that I could talk directly to him. And I had a full conversation with his son, asking specific questions about, you know, when he started talking on the Twitch and all that stuff. And I was trying to understand if this person that I was talking to in the car was the same person that had been sending me all those aggressive messages on the Discord. And my conclusion is that it was not the same person. It did not feel like the same person. I wanted to understand the involvement that his son had because from my perspective, up until this point, there was a lot of involvement, right? The fact that they were bantering with each other on my Twitch chat, the fact that they were, he was participating in community events, he was talking to my community very, like, making friendships and all that. He was sending me DMs all the time, making his dad a hero. And I want to see if this person was the same person. I can't tell to this point how involved his son was. From those questions asked, I can say that I don't think it's the same person. So in my perspective, my opinion is that he was indeed using the Army CBRN account to gas himself up through the eyes of his son. But yeah, there is some involvement because, you know, his son is going out to meet Cassandra with him. This son is talking to me in the car as if, you know, as if he is that person. So it's very confusing. The extent of the involvement, I can't really tell at this point. Hey, Mac, good to see you.
Yes. So can I have my sweatshirt now?
I send my daughter after your ass. I'm not joking. Because she's a little mean bitch.
You can send every fucking person after my ass. I don't fucking care.
Good. So, do me a favor here, because I don't really know how I'm supposed to go about this with you. What the fuck up? What's up with this fucking shit?
What?
I am not a mentalist or whatever you want to call, like, the science of, like, speech and the science of, like, mannerisms. I don't know that a person is lying when they're stuttering. For example, my sister has a stuttering problem. And just because she's stuttering doesn't mean that she's lying, right? So I don't know. Like, I don't know the extent of... So that's not... For me, that's not a sign of this not being real. The sign for me is the extremely bad acting, the way that the conversation flows, that it's just not natural, amongst other things, right?
Fucking shit.
Oh, the fucking shit on X. What fucking shit? You tagged me, you tagged Vixie. Today I saw you tag Roxy even.
Yeah, I tagged Vicky because she's a fucking cunt.
The only thing that she says throughout this whole conversation about me being a cunt is the only thing that she says. If you can tell from all the things that we shared from Cassandra on X, is that, you know, she's very vocal. She has a lot of, like, in detail opinions about me. So the fact that in person, all that she has to say is that I'm a fucking cunt is, like, weird, right?
And why would you even care what I tag? You're easy to find, so what's the damn difference?
He had more emotion on Roxy's stream.
But why?
Because you both walked out on Becky. When she needed somebody as a friend, she was in a mental broken state.
Becky fucking did. No, Becky fucking did.
Care about Becky because you stabbed her in the back to go wail for a fucking cut and a fucking gnome.
Becky did to Becky what Becky did to Becky. No one else did to Becky. Becky went to Keemstar. Becky fucking hurt everybody else. Becky fucked over me. Becky fucked over Roxy. Becky fucked over Savage. Becky fucked over Vixie. She may have paid Vixie. And I know that's the mentality of, oh, well, she didn't fuck her over, but she certainly fucked her over with everything she said afterwards. And then Becky fucked me over afterwards. So don't give me this shit. It's about Becky.
That's all it is about.
So then why fuck with me?
Because you're easy to find.
Because you're fucking easy to find.
I don't know what that means. Like, I still to this day have not heard a good theory about what it means because you're easy to find. I'm a fucking cunt and he's easy to find and that's why she hates us. Like, what is going on? Anyway. So yeah, I mean, you guys saw this several places. Let's go to the last piece of the puzzle, guys. Lol Cow Live.
No, I'm talking about the maid though. That's how you found out you were. You ended up firing the maid.
Xylee's contribution is really funny in this. It's because he's easy to find.
Two men. Can I ask this? How long have you? When did you start supporting iVixey? So, like, did you find her?
He was very vulnerable when he was live on Lolcow Live, right? So a lot of people were making him sound like a simp, like a gooner. Like, he was in a very vulnerable position at this point because, you know, I'm just a cartoon, which I hope some of you, you know, that's not the extent of who I am. I'm an actual person over here. But, you know, they were presenting it in a way that, you know, he fell in love with a cartoon and that's why he was acting the way that he was. And he felt so attacked by that that he decided to say that he didn't fall in love with me. He just loved me, right? He several times mentioned this. It was very important to him that he said he didn't want the narrative that he was falling in love with a cartoon, right? He just loved me for, you know, the fantastic person that I am and the talented person that I am.
To the BBU, or how did that start?
Two men.
Just fucking stalking behavior online. He's parasocial.
Nom nom, thank you so much for the gift.
I got a new wiener.
I got a new wiener.
My question is,
Men.
How did you spend $7,000? Wait, I have a question. How did you spend $7,000 when Instagram is free, Reddit is free, Twitter is free, YouTube is free? Why are you spending $7,000?
Adobe Creative Studio is not free. The Microsoft Teams that we use for the dockets was not free.
Okay, well, y'all were retarded for even using that because Discord's free and you can put your docket in a Discord.
Didn't you didn't you spend a lot of money in Discord to boost servers and all that stuff too?
Yeah.
Let's see. You know what else is free? Google Docs is free. That's
I'm
where
just telling
my
you,
dockets go.
You're arguing how you do business, not how I do it. So
I went to go pick up one of my stereos today that was getting fixed on, and the guy fucking had a heart attack and was losing his mind. And then I owed the guy like $300.
Like I go in head,
that one. I think I made minor donations while she was with Becky.
Minor, $100 a pop.
And I remember the reason why this is stuck out in my head is because I remember you donating to this show, asking me to hire iVixey.
And that was after Becky fired her and I started working with her.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was just
Jamie.
genuinely putting her name out there. Lolcow. And that was at the vice of the PD.
but so your attorney got information on iVixey? Like what? Why iVixey?
No, it wasn't about iVixey because iVixey didn't dox me.
Okay.
I've never looked for information on iVixey.
He was saying that somebody doxed him in the Lolcow.
Yeah, so this is what I said earlier, right? When he hired supposedly, Lord Rush to look into the Pixel Tits subreddit, he was under the impression that he was doing it to find out about his docs, which I don't know how he can justify that connection, but
server or somewhere, right?
No,
he got his
Lolcow.
Right, yeah.
He got his attorney.
But my problem is you specifically asked him, did you pay Lord Rush to look into iVixey? And he said not Lord Rush.
I don't even know who any of these people are. This dude is looking for clout. Someone kick him.
this was I can imagine this being so insanely confusing as a viewer of this stream, right? Like, people were watching and being like, oh, this is interesting, it's very dramatic. But then the way the story was being told, it's so confusing because there's so many different alt accounts and so many little parts of the story that make no sense. And then the maid got fired and oh my God, there's so many little particularities of this that make everything so insanely confusing. What did I tell? Yo, I know, dude, I know, it's just all so confusing. So when the story's being told the way that it was, it's like, holy crap. It took a bit before I got it to Xylee, but it was good. The more he talked, the more he did. And at this point, I was being messaged left and right to go on live, right? Because they wanted my perspective on it, but it did not feel like the right time to do it. So I only went on there towards the end when I felt let's drop this final bomb and then we call it for the day.
Okay, so definitely not Lord
Last
Rush.
thing I want. So, but what I'm saying is, did I pay anyone to look for Vixie? No. If I wanted to know something about iVixey, I would have asked iVixey.
Imagine me on it, Wolf. Like, I've been watching, like, I think 3 episodes so far of Lol Cow Nuts with him showing up on there. Like, it's so hard, but at the same time, I'm like, I feel like I have to, because I don't know what sort of things he's putting out there.
Did you pay for, like, okay, so you were trying to figure out who doxed you. Did you pay for information on other people?
Well, it happened to be that there was a Reddit, excuse me, there was a Reddit server, and my docs and Vixie's videos, where her old videos was before she was a VTuber, were both located there.
What is he basing that on? There was no indication that there was information about his docs in there, you know? He just kept putting that in there.
They tracked down that server.
Whose Reddit server was it?
You know what? See, here's the thing. I don't absolutely know whose it was. I've been told CC started, but I've also been told by CC that she
either you got played, or you're playing the game that you set out to play, where you're being a little fake internet person.
It's the second one, Keem. I'm telling you now, it's the second one.
Because, here's how it works. I didn't even, whenever Vixie was even being promoted, I didn't even want to be recognized in it.
Didn't you say it was your cop that helped you, one of your cop friends?
When we first went up, no, that was whenever I first approached Cassandra.
Okay.
Is that a mole on the side of your face? What is that?
Right here?
Yeah.
Whenever I got shot there.
You got shot? Can you shut the fuck up, Roxy? That's when I saw, like, oh, this guy, like, he has a crush on her. Like, this is, like, romantic. And then there was more stuff proving that it was romantic. And, I mean, that's just a known fact it was romantic. How come you keep back?
Right, Ani Wolf. Like, I don't even know the specifics of the subreddit stuff because I'm not a Reddit person. But it was just so weird. It was so weird how yeah, it doesn't even show up in the search.
Tracking off that.
I'm not backtracking it. It could have advanced to that, but I don't think it was there.
Well, I mean,
Liana Taylor super chatted $19.96.
You're trying to hold me to a word that I don't agree on.
You never told her I love you.
I may have.
Oh, those eyes. Those eyes. Well, there we go.
No, I'm saying, because I'm saying you're thinking like I may have. Because what she said, here's why I say that. Here's why I say here's why I say that. Because yesterday I was not going to go out and meet Cassandra because the place kept changing and the time kept changing. And it started to seem like it might be a little bit dangerous. Okay? So I wasn't going to do it. And I messaged Vixie right before, and she said, I was like, this doesn't change anything, so why are we doing this? Because we stopped working. We had actually had each other blocked prior. And she's like, well, it means the guy that said he loved me isn't the one trying to destroy me. And that's why I'm saying, yes, I might have. Now, if
I'm in love with a VTuber. She popped it. She climbed a nipple, and I'm in love with
that. You're not the only one that
hire this guy in the cartoon and put them on.
Wait, I want to know something, Roxy. Roxy,
what?
How do you feel about? No, I'm not going to yell at you.
So he did say this at one point, right? But then later, BB Phil, he says that he was not in love. He just loved me, you know, like a family member or a friend, you know. But he wasn't in love with me. But I'm telling you right now that that's what he told me. You know, in love was his exact words. That's my perspective. I'm not sharing DMs. You'll just have to, you know, either believe him or me, I guess.
I'm simply asking you a question.
What?
No, you didn't do anything. How do you feel about Gamers Asylum now?
I didn't want to believe any of this. It's like the more that's coming out, it's crazy. Like I truly care about the dude, but it's just this is crazy. I feel like I'm in a fever dream.
Let me ask you a question. You fully believe that this guy is a charlatan. You fully believe, right, Roxy, that this guy is making alt accounts and he's creating this entire false narrative online and he's trying to manipulate this poor innocent little cartoon titty bitch, right? Like you believe it.
No, I don't want to believe it because there's not actual proof that I can see. Like I always say, I need proof to believe, to 100% believe it, and I haven't seen proof.
But you said you believed it.
But yeah, but everything that's being said, if everything that's being said is true, absolutely, I have no choice but to believe it.
Here's my thing. Though. Can't you tell he hangs himself the more he talks?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Here's the thing, and here's like to me, it would be the ultimate question. Why would I do all of that stuff to ruin it?
Because you suck.
Stupidity. People do it all the time.
You're bad at this shit.
I think, no, this is what I think happened. I think you were potentially, right? Because
But it's not about the money. Remember, guys, it's not about the money.
I don't know, allegedly. I think you were playing this internet game. You were bored. You were acting like a big shot that could change iVixey's
Lord
career.
X Rush super chatted $20.
Oh,
Who is this twisted
that's when Lord Rush donates and he's like, I have nothing to do with this guy.
guy in chat that says he has screenshots? Bring him up. He said I was in them. Show us the lies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's I know he worked with Becky or with in the BBU. So
Let me see if it's on my end.
Oh boy, right, let me turn you down. I don't want to get blasted when I have another.
I'm telling you, dude, it's a fucking curse.
I believe that.
Yeah. So.
But my God, you spent $7 grand.
Well, and I'm still trying to figure out how the $7, because like you mentioned, like, oh, okay, like teams, this, that, like, how did you, like, how much of that was donations to support the show and kind of like help bring it up?
I can confirm that the son it's actually his son. The person that went to him to the meet is actually his son. I can confirm that. However, yeah, I don't know who the other person was, the one playing Cassandra.
Yeah, well, because like gifted memberships, I counted in that.
Yeah, of
too,
course.
was,
So how much do you think you spent on
you're
gifteds?
looking, that may go somewhere into 500 or 600. I don't know. It just got, and 7,000 is a round number. It's not something I set and count.
Do you know
Vixie
what?
and I talk?
Do you know what iVixey?
Yeah, so this happens a lot, Baby Phil. He would use truths to tell a lie. He would always base something off of a truth to tell a lie, which often made it seem like he was telling the truth, like, fully, right? It is something that, it's something that you develop as a personality, I guess. I have dealt with narcissists in the past, but never to this degree. But yeah, it's the best lies are told when they go together with the truth, right?
iVixey looks like?
Yes.
How do you know that?
She sent pictures. And I know you're going to say, well, she could have sent fake ones.
Okay, no. I know what she looks like. I've been known what she looks like. She let me, she revealed her identity to me a long time ago. But here's the thing. Did you get into a video call with her where she was showing her face?
No.
Ever? Never?
No.
Not once?
No.
I question that too.
I don't get this part, but I don't mean for it to trigger me as much as it does. Like, no one ever asked me. I was not the one with all the red flags. I'm mean? How am I mean? I was never asked for a video call. I never was under the impression that he did not believe who I was. So, it was never even a conversation.
Do you find that to be strange?
I never, like she pointed out though, I never asked for it. It was never something that, but believe it or not, the first time I've ever cammed up on anything in Discord was when I went on Roxy's.
I believe that.
Yeah. So me doing it just to say.
Did iVixey know what you looked like?
Yeah.
So you sent her pictures?
He did.
Okay.
So you said that you parted ways with her back in September, right? But like you used to kept posting on your Twitter account about her, like supporting her, like tweeting out her videos, stuff like that.
It was okay. When there should be a post if you're looking.
Read the motherfucking email. Then Gamer Status says, no, I didn't. At least I know she didn't lie. It is in there. Some of these videos they have are from there. I need a minute. I'm feeling sick. So right there, he says, Rush.
Okay, so it seems like in that screenshot, it seems like you're trying to see what she looks like. iVixey?
No, I knew. Where it's, hold on a second.
It's weird for him to say at that point that at least she didn't lie. At least I know she didn't lie to me, because there were several photos that I had sent him at this point. Not one, not two. There was once a question about 2 photos looking alike because I just happened to wear like the same T-shirt, right? And he did call me out for that. I don't know how that would be an issue, because there were several photos that I had sent at this point. There was no, I was not hiding, not from him, because for some reason I trusted this guy.
I knew what Vixie looked like. The part that was blurred out was
I should be grounded for exposing myself, yes.
her old screen name. And then when he said you wanted
so
a new
what
picture,
information were you trying to get?
with Rush? Oh, it wasn't Rush. It wasn't Lord Rush that you know.
Oh, it's another Lord Rush. Oh, okay. Another Lord Rush, guys.
It was who?
It was a private investigator. So it was
A private investigator called Lord Rush. Anime booba addiction. Oh, boba addiction. Obviously, that's a different thing. Do you have an anime boba addiction? That's not on me. That's not on me.
Card for that private investigator?
Thank you, Buff, for the $2.
We've cracked the case. Look how live. This went from the worst show ever to, oh my God, wow.
I'm sorry. I don't keep business cards setting,
Bro, why the fuck did you have a private investigator investigating iVixey? That's crazy.
It wasn't. See, because you're looking at it was not iVixey. I was investigating.
You put her fucking screen name in there.
No, I didn't. That was Nemesis.
Somebody did.
That Nemesis.
Well, the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand. Okay, so this is him throwing Nemesis under the bus. By the way, in that screenshot. In this screenshot, you'll see a private conversation between the Gamers Asylum and Nemesis. And Nemesis is the one that shares Grimm's Galleries. Thank you so much for 2 buckaroos. Thank you. And this is the source of why Gamers Asylum was so quick to throw Nemesis under the bus, because Nemesis happened to share my old handle. He had access to certain information, and he found my old handle, and because he thought he was helping the Gamers Asylum with this whole Lord Rush, having paid Lord Rush, and he doesn't want it to be a dead end, as you can see, right? I need to have the full information, which includes the real handle, right? So that I can make sure that I'm getting my money's worth, right? If these people are feeding me wrong information, I need to know. So he was pressuring Nemesis into giving him my old handle, and Nemesis did it because they were friends. Nemesis trusted him. He trusted that Gamers Asylum had hit my best interests in mind. And Nemesis feels terrible about this. You can see in the chat that he's not proud of what he's done. It should have never been something that he shared. And what is interesting about this screenshot, I actually did confront the Gamers Asylum about it. I never knew it'd be weaponized, exactly. Almost 4 hours, I know! We're going to end soon, I promise. So... Oh gosh, where was I? So,
Nemesis was acting innocently, sharing this, thinking that, you know, this was never come out. It was never going to be weaponized. So he shared this because they were friends. And this was held against him for forever. Since this day, Nemesis is being thrown under the bus for having shared this information privately with him. Now, this specific screenshot was shared by Cassandra on X at the time. So what's interesting about that, and I confronted him, is how did this come out, right? This is a private conversation between Nemesis and Gamers Asylum. How did this specific screenshot get out there? And he's like, it wasn't me. Then who else could it have been? Nemesis. But wait a minute, this is not a good look for Nemesis. So why would he put this screenshot out there? And he has no explanation for that. And one of his arguments about it definitely not being him was, oh, this could not have been me because that black and red background is not a background that I use because I don't see very well. My sight is not great. So the black and red background does not help me see the text. So it would definitely not be me, right? The instant that he says that, I look up old screenshot that he sent to me before. Same background. Exact same background. Red and black. And I'm like, okay, what are you saying? This background is what you use. I've seen screenshots with the exact same background. So, and then he's like, I don't know how that happened, right? There's never any explanation for anything of this. So it's like, it's a huge coincidence that the screenshot that is leaked had the exact background that he uses to screenshot other things in the past. So anyway. So that was one thing that he had no explanation for.
I need a minute. I'm feeling sick. So right there, he says, Rush.
Okay, so it seems like in that screenshot, it seems like you're trying.
I thought I heard you say something about him working on this one also. If so, you guys are putting out lit content together. I also...
Another example of Cassandra, like, you know, you guys are working together. Vixie's nothing without you.
Love, he is active in chat. It is nice to see a familiar name saying hi.
I did work on the Ruby thing, and it was talked about.
Yeah, it's so weird how Cassandra's always there to gas you up.
Wait, is iVixey in waiting? iVixey's in waiting. I'm pulling her up.
Oh,
yeah,
God,
dude.
thank God. Thank
Bro,
God.
he's Cassandra iVixey. This is case closed. He is
Hold
Cassandra.
on. Because she
No, not hold on. Well, yes, hold on, but like it's so clear.
She had a conversation with Cassandra last Gamers.
Bro,
Let her
Roxy, I
explain.
don't know
F super
where
chatted
the fuck you think
$20.
you're at, but this is Low Call
Keemstar
Live,
wants
dude.
to be my daddy.
I don't
Come.
chance.
Okay. Can you define that? With how much you flirt with Nightmare, I assumed you were already his daddy. Am I wrong?
Did he actually ever say Lord Rush? Yes. Yes. In private conversations, with Nemesis, with me, and then I think in that particular screenshot, it doesn't say Lord Rush, he says Rush, but he has definitely used those two together. Lord Rush. He has, yeah.
Good show today.
I got multiple sons, and Nick Stone, you need a father figure. Yeah.
The thing that you guys have to understand from this as well is that from the very beginning, when he approached me, he was always with this narrative of being very involved in the LCU, being a person that people trusted. He was close friends with Wings of Redemption. He was somewhat acquainted with Boogie. He was, you know, in private conversations with Keemstar. He would make it sound like he was in it, you know? As a big donator, he was granted access to, like, certain places that nobody else would have access to unless you're a big donator. And he was making it sound like that added value and that he had a network to build off of, right?
Yo, if after I'm your daddy for like a month, I guarantee your dick will finally believe that Gamers Asylum is in fact Cassandra based on numerous tweets.
But there's one more thing. There was a meetup last night, and my question to the Gamers Asylum is if he will allow me to show it.
Okay.
You said you don't care?
Yeah.
All right, let's go, guys.
fine.
Let's watch this meetup.
Okay, we got a dono
Visma
coming
super
in.
chatted $20.
At this point, I don't think he realizes exactly how bad that video looked.
I have cracked it. Gamers Asylum is iVixey.
There we go.
Yes.
Everyone ready?
Got him.
Yep.
So this was the video.
No.
Yes. Asylum, if that's it.
When we're done with this, everyone's gonna think you're a weirdo. No one's gonna support you except for one person, and I'll tell you who.
Smack super chatted $19.99.
Hilarious, dude. You should have pulled out a fucking gun and blasted her in the face, and then looked at the camera and said, "Vixey, I did this for those pixel titties." Now let's meet in real life and run away.
Could that little spin with the gun and blew on it?
Bro, you had more passion in your voice trying to bullshit in this Discord than you actually do in this video.
Dude, cartoon titties make a motherfucker do some wild shit. This is crazy. This is crazy, dude. All right, play the video.
Yeah, for sure, Richie, for sure.
Yeah, play the video.
Monitor, and so your DM.
Fuck with the gas lady who is sister cousins with your maid. Oh, your maid. The maid did it with the candlestick.
Obscenity super chatted.
All right. iVixey was the weirdo.
I mean, that's crazy.
Turns out the biggest weirdo I've ever known in 10 years.
It's always a big party.
Keemstar did not like hearing that, by the way. I said on live that the biggest weirdo throughout my whole time as a content creator, which was 10 years, what happens to be someone from the LCU, right? He did not like that at all because he's always had this narrative of like, you know, bring VTubers into the LCU was a bad idea because it would bring all this weirdo crowd, right? And he had he had all these things against furries and against all kinds of different people that come with the anime community and the VTuber community. And it ends up the biggest one was not even from that crowd, right? So, he did not like that. He did not like that.
And here's why I decided, what the fuck?
Mike had.
And that's the exact, person that then goes on be a manager of Blockout Nuts.
Do you not know what's going on?
I have no fucking clue.
Okay, let me tell you from the beginning.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. How many times does this get twisted?
Okay, for all the new viewers that just tuned into the stream and for Kid behind the camera, I'm about to tell you the greatest story ever, okay? You know, we might tell the story. Okay. Let's just continue.
Okay.
He was going through stress and stuff like that, and it just became overwhelming. And then I sent money for them.
Oh yeah. So at this point he's in defense mode, right? So you'll see. This was bleh.
He's the one behind the knife.
The lengths that he goes to, you know, it is scary. It is absolutely scary. He did not like this. Listen.
Yeah, this is a bit crazy.
So he goes and says that's rich coming from you. Oh, okay. You have something to say?
Not to you.
Tell us.
Oh, you want to expose me?
Do you think she goes to great lengths to do manipulation as well?
Yes.
How?
She's very emotional and mental manipulation. All I think she has.
I'm emotional into mental manipulation.
So speak up a little bit. Get closer to that
sorry.
mic.
I'm trying to fix it, and then it's.
Yeah, because you cut out a lot. So you're saying that iVixey, maybe trauma dumped on you or something?
Yeah, very much.
Very much. I trauma dumped on him. I made him be a psycho.
And
this is the you can't handle the truth moment. We're gonna get it right now, I think.
And you think that I don't want to fill in the words for you, but you think maybe she baited you into being her protector?
No, yes and no, but more no.
Okay, well, just use your words. Really say what you think about.
It was well, I don't want to talk too much about her personal life.
No, please go ahead. At this point, I'm like, yeah, just go ahead. Say whatever you want to say, man.
Okay.
Oh, she's giving you permission.
Okay, and that's fine. She had told me that she has a sister with a mental illness, and or I think it was a mental illness, and her husband was in the hospital or something like that, and her mom was going through a lot of stress, and she was going through stress and stuff like that, and it just became overwhelming. And then I sent money for them to go out and have a.
There he goes with the money, right? I'm trauma dumping, right? Talking about some family problems I was going through. And
spa day.
He has to mention money, but it's not about the money, guys. It's not about the money. He mentions the money, but trust me, it's not about the money.
To relax, to alleviate that stress.
Okay.
Is that part of the $7,000 you spent?
Right.
Yeah, that's just like that's just like the lump. That's what I was trying to say. It's
Was
not.
that the trauma dumping?
Let him cook. He paid for it. Let him cook.
And then, like, okay, with this video thing, we can all make jokes and say it didn't happen, stuff like this. The location kept changing, and the situation, the way we were supposed
Thank you, Tommy R. I wish you all the best going forward. Thank you. Thank you.
to meet kept changing. It started to feel very dangerous.
Okay. So you mean that iVixey was making plans to meet you, but then she kept changing locations?
No.
Okay.
The Cassandra. I decided. Well,
How's that
I
relevant?
wanted to back. I wanted to back out because I thought it was dangerous. And Vixie's like, I want to make sure the guy that once told me he loved me isn't the guy trying to ruin my life.
Wait, so you admitted you told her that you loved her before you lied?
Told you.
That's why I was. I said this. I said this twice. That was said.
Fuck him. I think it's cute.
You're such a piece of shit.
Were you Deep Throat by chance? The guy that took down the Nixon administration?
Anyway, that's the end of that. Right after this episode, they hire him on to be a manager of Locale Nuts, and I have not spoken to him at all. I did get a message where he says, JC, thank you so much for for being a new winner. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the support. At this point, he does send me a message before I unfriend him, and he says, I'm sorry. I don't know. I did not ask him any further questions. I just unfriended him. He did apologize. I'm not sure for what, though, because, you know, he is continuously saying that I'm not privy to all the information, that I don't know anything. I don't know what he's apologizing for. Maybe he's apologizing for how everything went down. Maybe he's apologizing for saying that I trauma dumped. I'm not sure exactly what he's apologizing for. He did say, I'm sorry, and that's the end of our DMs. I'm not sure what he's referring to. There's a lot to apologize here for, so I don't know. I don't know what exactly that is. So yeah, that was the end of it. I'm not planning on doing that. I'm able to tell my story, and I did throughout these last 4 hours. I need to definitely take care of my voice. Holy crap. There was a lot of talking. I appreciate you guys so much for coming and listening to I'd like a sorry too, right? Yeah, but I don't know if it means too much at this point, though, Nemesis. A little part of me appreciated it, but at the same time, 4 more. No, at the same time, it didn't feel like anything. You know, it didn't feel like much at all. So yes, it's nice, but at the same time, I don't know how far it goes. It doesn't feel apologetic to me at all. So I don't know. I don't know how to take that, but. Okay, guys, so if you are extensive stream, it was already an extensive stream. Actually, holy crap, I'm supposed to be on a break, guys. I'm supposed to be on a break. I'm not supposed to be streaming at all. I was happy to go on and tell my side of the story. I'm so happy that you guys came over and actually listened to me from start to finish. It means a lot. If you guys missed anything, go back and check everything out. I tried to keep everything from a timeline from start to finish, when I met him, when he became a manager, when he stopped being a manager, the consequences, the alts. I tried to keep it in a timeline so that you guys can understand the beginning, middle, and end of it. So I appreciate you guys coming here and checking it out. You can go back and check out any point. Hopefully I don't get striked for anything. There have been many people saying that they'll strike the content for
what I've told you guys today. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully it doesn't happen. If you guys, I do have a Discord. The Discord has been slightly locked down in the sense that if you go to the Discord, you have like a main chat, like a welcoming chat that you can chat in, regardless if you're having a membership or not. And then I have I have channels associated to the Twitch sub and channels associated to the YouTube membership. So if you do end up having a membership on the channel, you can have a little extra access to channels on there. But regardless, if you join the Discord, you can still talk and say your piece. Nick, thank you so much. Glad you got your side out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad to. We can move forward now. There's a lot of different topics that I would love to like discuss. There's like a lot of like 600-pound people that I want to talk about. There's a lot of like weight topics that I like to discuss with you guys, and there's a lot of other things outside of the LCU that I like to discuss regarding like mental illness, and there's so many topics that I would love to bring over for you guys. So come back at some point. I'm still in my break, and actually, if I'm honest with you guys, it doesn't feel like a break so far. So I'm really, really hoping that oh crap, Big Gemini! I was just about to end the stream, but I appreciate so much your raid. I appreciate the raid so much. Thank you. So I will be back at some point. I feel like my break was not really a break. I think I've been about like a week and a half of break so far of not streaming, and it hasn't felt like a break so far. So I might have to take a little bit of a longer break than I was hoping to actually try to relax and have fun and plan future content. So it might be extended a little bit, but I will be back. This is what I love doing. This has been my life for the last 10 years. I have been very focused on the gaming side of things on Twitch, but I am exploring the side of drama as well. So come back for some of that. It will not just be LCU. There's a lot of other things I'd like to discuss. So hopefully that will interest you guys as well. Definitely don't forget to subscribe so that you're like following, and you know, there's a bell that you can ring to make sure that you get notified when I go live. That's going to be important when I come back to know everything that's happening. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let me go check who we can redirect to. I was going to do Think Gemini, but he's already here now. Unless you want to go live again. Let me see what my options here are. Where is that edit button? Oh, there it is. Redirect, let's see who's available. We have Locale Live. We have, that's all that we have. So we can go and say hi to Locale Live. I'm not sure they'll notice us, but you know, most of you are going there anyway. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support and the kind messages and the donations. You guys have been incredibly kind. I'm so glad you came here to see my side of the story. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye, everyone. Bye.